Alright, am I all shit? I should be. I pressed the button right at the 2 o'clock. I pressed the button right on time. I should be good. How's everyone? How's everyone? It's a wonderful... Is it Wednesday? Is it Tuesday? I don't know. I can't fucking remember. These days I wake up, I hear that dreaded alarm. Just and my eyes just... like you can hear them audibly just crack open. You just hear the crust just fall from them. And I'm like... Me and Frankenstein would get along quite well. You know? It's just... Morning world! Why does everything suck? Because I'm awake. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? The brightness of my day is now here. The shine, the light, the heavenly glow is now here. Progressing the Endwalker story. Which apparently I'm halfway through. I don't feel like halfway through. I feel like I'm at the beginning of a very long investigation. And... I feel like I don't feel like I'm at the halfway point. Like, I don't know. I still am not confident where the story is gonna go. And I've said several times I like it. I like not knowing where the hell this shit's gonna go. Unpredictability is very, very awesome. Anyway, the chat was busy well before the stream, so that was interesting. Nathan, welcome to the stream. Jenny, Jennifer, Jenny, my friend, welcome to the stream. Alda Bernhardt and Kiri, welcome to the stream. How you doing? I'm doing fantastic today. Again, I don't know what fucking day it is. What is it? Okay, it's Wednesday. I knew it was somewhere in the middle. I knew it wasn't Monday. I was like, nah, Monday was that day that ain't a whole day. Oh, that can't be today. Flip a coin if it was Tuesday. Now Tuesday is when I did GT. Mod only stream so far. So far. Give it time. Give it time. You might have COVID. I hope to God not. But if you do, just take it easy. Rest. If you get queasy, go to the hospital and get some meds for your stomach. That's what I had to do. And other than that, just get plenty of bed rest. Drink water. And hopefully, if you do lose your taste buds, you get them back quickly. And you just plow through it. There best not be spoilers, then we know better. What? Well, the thing is, Nathan probably won't be able to catch what's a spoiler and what's a joke, because he doesn't play FF. But Alda and Jenny and Kiwi, I'm relying on you to catch the scum. I do only watch the YouTube actual chat, like on the dashboard. I don't look at the chat via OBS, because if you guys do catch a spoiler comment and delete it, OBS doesn't catch that. It only just sends the comment. It doesn't retract it if it was deleted. So I'm only watching, to avoid spoilers, I'm only watching the live chat on YouTube. That way, if you guys do need to remove a comment that spoils something, I won't see it. Yaska, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Send back one Meadow. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? How y'all doing today? It's a midday. We're in hump day. Hump day. We're in the middle of the week. Okay, we're getting over that hump. You know. There's some normal people. Normal. That's a laugh. Ha! We all left together. 1, 2, 3. Ha! I mean, I do enjoy it if people get that reference. I don't even think I did it well, so if you don't get it, I can't blame you either. Getting checked in a few. Alright. Keep us updated if you feel the need. You know, and assuage any kind of concerns we're, having about your health. How does it feel being back in Novrant? Well, for me, it wasn't that long ago, so... Like for me, it's like, oh, I was here Wednesday. Now I'm here Friday, kind of thing. You know, it's like it's been a day. You know, that's kind of the feel, but it hasn't been that long. I finished Shadowbringers right before I got COVID and right before Endwalker dropped. So this is a drop. It's just a drop. It's just a hip scop. Yeah, that saying. It's a hip hop scop something. It's a hip hop away. I'll just say that. Hip hop scop. Wait, I know. I'm trying to remember the saying because now I want to use it and I can't remember it. Damn it. Yeah, we shall all throw our heads back in left. Yes, I'm mastering plenty of water. Yes, water. The pure liquid life juice. Down that shit. All that Nightfire. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? I'm at my care job. Your care job. I have a good stream. Hope to catch up when I finish my shift. All right, we'll be happy to have you when you do, and I hope the shift goes smoothly. Hope you relax. Hope it goes. Hope today is not too much stressful of a day. I feel like I have a speech impediment today or something. Like I keep fucking up talking. It's not even just on stream. Like I was walking around the house and people saying good morning. I went brain. Activate neurons. Resetting program. Glitch in Matrix must be destroyed. Mr. Anderson. P versus Fudge. Probably not the family tested negative. Alright. Well, I had the opposite case. Like everyone else in my family got tested and was positive. So I didn't even need to get tested to know what I had. But yeah, if if the rest of your family tested negative and they just had like a cold or a flu, that's probably all you got. Yes, anyway. Skip, jump, and leap away? No, it's not leap. That might be the British version, but. Oh, there's a version that's it's hip hop Scott. It's like Scott skip something like that. Skip, jump, and hop away, maybe. Might be that combo. I don't know. I'll remember at some point. It'll come to me. I'll be like, that was it. Fever is a sign that your body is working hard on beating the invader. So hot, I feel my feet boiling in my socks. Well, nah, I don't know if I can get away with that joke. I might have to, hold on, Asmo. Sometimes you gotta hit the brakes. You never know what's gonna offend people. Actually, no, that wouldn't offend anybody. Oh, at worst, it might make people feel uncomfortable, but I'd hope most people know I'm joking. Oh no, this is what happens when you overthink, like, the delivery. Everyone switched to bunny boys. It's so weird. Thing is, it's really hard to tell because the bunny boys have a very attractive face. It's very soft toned, not very defined. So you could, I don't blame anybody for being like, easily making the excuse of like it is, like if you literally just took a shot of the face, right, of a bunny boy and of the female Viera, honestly, on some of the preset faces I've seen, there would be a hard difficulty to tell which of the two is male and female. Just based on the, like, that face, the best I could take the guess is with the chin. Like, the chin is a little more defined. So that's, like, the most I could do to, determine that that's a male Vera. Amika Lu, welcome to stream. How you doing today? Mega Strike, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I memorize all the faces like me, but I'm a freak of nature and unnatural. Why would you memorize all the faces? How do you have the brain space to do that? Like, I don't have that much brain space for, like, the inconsequential details. Like, I barely have the brain space to remember names. If I don't hear or read a name regularly, it's gonna leave my brain. Like that's why, for my brain in particular, that's considered non-essential information. It's like, I'll go to family reunions and meet family I haven't seen in, like, 3 or 4 years. And I'll be like, hi, you, how are you? And in the back of my brain, I'm like, fuck, fuck, fuck. Who is this person? What's their relation to us again? Shit. I don't know. Hoping they'll just say it. Doing good. Got D&D in 20 minutes though, so I'll disappear for a couple hours. Nah, I understand. Enjoy the campaign. Enjoy your D&D campaign. Yeah, just hope you have fun. Make sure, keep track of the DMs. Sometimes they bullshit. I know I have a couple times. Like, I'd roll something really bad, and I'd be like, these guys are winning most of this fight. I gotta keep them on their toes somehow. Yes, I got a nat 20, totally. I don't usually do that extreme. Like, if I'm, like, close. Like, if I, like, roll a 10, for example, and the party's, like, just winning the fight way too easily, and I'm just because of my terrible rolls, I'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna just bop that up just to their armor. Just to their AC. I never forget a face, but names I forget in a blink of an eye. Pretty much. Oil is Nightfire. Thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you. Massive generosity there. 10, is that the euro? I think that's euro. Yeah. Oh no, is that pounds per sterling? Fuck. I know euro looks like an E, and that kind of looks like an E, but it's also not a, it's got that loop at the top. That's either pounds per sterling or euro. Either way, thank you for the immense generosity there. Here,
more gil for the cause.
You had a good Xmas. I'll jump back in. Yeah, I can't read today. I'll jump back in after care shift in about an hour. All right. Again, I hope your shift is non-stressful. I hope it's relaxing. At least as relaxing as work can be. And, yeah. Have a good one, and we'll be happy to have you join in. And again, thank you for the generous super chat. What do you think is going to happen next? I don't got a clue. I'm not even going to take a guess. I don't have a clue. Which is okay. Nathan, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you. It's just pounds sterling. And
more gil for the cause.
I'm still saying it correctly for me. Okay, so that is the pound symbol. Euro is a more definitive E-looking symbol. I remember people, but I can't remember names. Even my old friends sometimes is like, that guy. Yeah, my brain considers lots of things inconsequential information and will eject them. Good choice. I mean, I don't know why it's a good choice. You'd probably be off. I don't see why being off would be a bad thing. The thing is about predictions, like, they're predictions. Like when you said you were laughing your ass off that I was wrong, I still don't know why. It's like, I'm not sure what was funny, but like, I guess if I was, it'd be one thing if I was like, I know this is gonna happen, this is totally gonna happen, man, I'm sure I'm right. And then I was fucking dead wrong. Then the funny part of that is very easy to catch because it's just the extreme. But I've never made a prediction like that. Most of my predictions are, you know, I think this is gonna happen. I'm fairly confident, but I'm not certain. And then it happens like, oh, okay, I was wrong. That kind of prediction, I don't know. Like, maybe it's just me, but I don't find it funny. Like, no downside to you if you think it is, but like for me, again, it's only if someone's like arrogant about it that I find it funny. But that's more the Schadenfreude of their arrogance being wrong. That's about it. That's about it. Otherwise, you know, if predictions are wrong, predictions are wrong. Usually that's just a shrug moment. Like, ah, you were wrong. Sometimes it can be fun also for the surprise reaction, but even then, that's not necessarily funny. It's more like, oh, it's like exciting sometimes. Depends on who it is though. Like for my friends, I find it exciting when they react to something and they're very, you know, jubilant about it. Although and a great example of like the arrogant thing is I had a friend of mine when we went bowling one time. It was Mike that was on the old Discord. You guys don't know him. He got drunk. He got fucking drunk, and he fucking bowled. He said, "I'm gonna get 4 strikes. I'm gonna get 4 strikes." And he kept saying it. He kept like he was holding the ball. He was like, "I'm gonna get 4 strikes." Like you can only okay, what? Like I get he was inebriated, but what he was saying was the next 4 times he bowls, he's gonna get strikes. So he was gearing up. He was getting ready to go. And he bowls, and I'm not even shitting you, it immediately went in the gutter. Just everybody just started laughing. Even Michael. You gotta understand the visual here. He was so confident, stared me in the eye, downed his beer, said, "I am going to get a strike. 4 of them in a row. I got this. I'm proud of myself." Fucking winds up, bowls, immediate gutter ball, and as soon as he realized, he flopped to the floor. Like he was on the ground laughing. The rest of us were heaving, like dry heaving laughter. It was fucking beautiful. Oh my god, that was just beautiful. I gotta go bowling again sometime. That's my takeaway from sharing that. All right, so we're way past the point where we're letting people join in. Hope everybody who wants to join in for my continued Endwalker journey is here. All right, so we are going. We're now back to the Crystarium. We're coming to talk to Lena, and I was told last time that we're gonna have a bit of an arc here coming up, like a solid 4-hour minimum. Like you're gonna want to commit to it event with the MSQ. So I'm curious about that. I guess the only other thing to mention before we go is if you guys are enjoying the stream and you know, want to support the channel, if you're new, please subscribe and leave a like. You know, just wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Heh. You know. Anyway, shillery aside, you know, self-promotion aside, I'll take my businessman hat off. We'll get back on the way. All right, so we're gonna go talk to Lena. I should probably put my headphones on before I forget. Yeah, so we're gonna go talk to Lena, and while I travel, on my private time, I was able to get all the ether currents for Thavnair, Mare Elementorum, and Garlemald. So I just got Labyrinthos and the 2 mystery zones left to go. There we are. Ah, there's our favorite bunny girl from the first. Catching up with chat real quick, see if there's anything I need to address before we can go. Cousin, it is your cousin. Let us go bowling. GTA 4. Alright, here we go. Lena, my dear, how are you? Shroud, you are returned. Have you been well? You and the others? As well as can be, we've no shortage of troubles, but we're well enough. As well as we can be. You know, I won't be too doom and gloom. Full glad am I to hear that. I trust my lord is enjoying himself? He said this to you. These exact words. Oh, to know that he is happy. It fills my heart with joy. Thank you, Shroud, for taking care of him. Yeah, he's my buddy. I'm making sure he's keeping out of trouble. That old grandpappy of yours. When next you see him, please tell him not to overexert himself. Futile a request though it is. It is. But I'll tell him. And tell him that all is well here. The peace you gifted us continues, and we work hard to build new lives for ourselves. In the course of this, we occasionally bicker, but we've never been more optimistic for the morrow. Bickering is healthy. Passive-aggressive tongue-lashing, not so much. If I had to mention one dilemma, it would be the question of our governance. Even as we speak, debate rages on over how we should run the city in the Exarch's absence. Most are of a mind that the Settlement Council should continue to oversee the general running of the Crystarium, while representatives are elected to determine policy and handle diplomacy. Thus far, nothing is set in stone. But however we choose to proceed, we will not replace our lord. No one could. Have we recently observed any unusual phenomena? No, I cannot say there have been. Curious that you should ask me this question, though. Some days ago, Reen came and asked the very same. She was rather unsettled, in stark contrast to how cheerful she has been of late. So Reen's aware. She and the other Crystarium youths just hosted a festival, you see. It proved so popular that there are already plans for another celebration, one much bigger than the first. Between her preparations for the festival and the restoration of the empty, she struck me as happy and full of life. So when I saw her in a state of such worry, I couldn't help but feel worried in turn, especially since she wouldn't tell me what troubled her. I dare say she would be more willing to confide in you. May I ask you to broach the subject with her? Yeah. You wish to enter the umbilicus. Very well. I shall fetch the key at once, and take the opportunity to find Reen. Please wait for me in the city in front of the Cabinet of Curiosity. Shall we say? I'll be along as soon as I can. Thank you. Alright, in front of the Cabinet of Curiosity. Right over yonder. To the Crystarium! Away! Yeah, so I take it from that Reen... maybe got a vision from Hydaelyn? She either got a vision from Hydaelyn, or... maybe Eden is acting up. That's the only other thing that just pops in my head. Maybe something to do with Eden is giving her like a... I don't know. No, that wouldn't make sense though, because Eden is restricted to the. I'm not sure what about that the empty being all cleaned up. I'm not sure what would indicate her from that. So no, it has to be something to do with Hydaelyn, I would think. A direct vision, a communication, something. Oh yeah, Cabinet of Curiosity's down. Forgot. It's alright. Following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty Oh, is it gonna be that long? Oh boy, that... Okay. Alright. What are they about to do to me? This cannot be skipped, okay. Do my old eyes deceive? Is that truly Shroud? Ah! How you doing? Ah! Oh crap, what voice did I do for these guys? I know I did a voice.
Ah, it is. Full glad am I to see you hale and whole, my friend.
What a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us, and at this most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we are planning to produce a tome chronicling events from the Flood to the Knight's return. For this project, we intend to draw upon records kept by the world's peoples. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours would be the one to crown them all.
I've been asked to contribute a chapter on the soul, a subject that is key to understanding much of your endeavors. In the course of developing this spirit vessel, I gained valuable insights into travel beyond the rift, knowledge that will allow me to attest to your existence and deeds.
There is no end to the questions I would ask you, but if you could indulge me just one for now. In your quest to restore the Knight, you faced many a formidable foe. Among them, who offered you the greatest struggle? And unironically, it was kind of Titania, because that's... Vothri and Hades fights, I was lucky to have, like, the sexy, beautiful, joyous community and chat join me for both of those. So, those didn't really provide that much struggle, since I was playing those with a lot of people who had done it before and knew the mechanics and knew what to look for. And personally, I struggled a little bit, but not extremely so. But with the Titania fight, that was probably the only one where I had we had like 2 or 3 wipes on the Titania fight when I queued up for that one. So I'd say Titania personally. Ah yes, Titania, the fallen fairy king. Against such a fiendishly playful opponent, I can well imagine that even the Warrior of Darkness must have struggled. But you succeeded in setting them free, and your victory proved a pivotal moment in your quest. We will see that it features prominently in the tome. It's a bit nasally.
I knew you'd love to talk, mister.
No, it's not really nasally.
I know you'd like to talk his ear off, Morin, but we really should be on our way.
Nah, I'm almost going to an accent there. Just gonna keep going to the one I did.
I know you'd love to talk his ear off, Morin, but we really should be on our way. These documents from Yulemore won't collect themselves.
Of course. And afterwards, would you care to join me for tea? I was hoping you might clarify a few points in your treaties. Treaties? Treatise.
Till next time, then. Do tell the others to look after themselves. Our overzealous friend in particular. Remind him not to overexert himself, again and again till his ears fall off, and that's what it takes for him to take it to the heart.
My toxic love. Hey Brian, welcome to stream. I'm having a pretty good day. I hope you're having a good day as well, man. I hope work isn't too strenuous. Is that the Warrior of Darkness? Oh my god, it's the cute little girl. Ricky Tio. Oh, she was that was the most adorable moment of Shadowbringers. apologies.
I made a mess of myself.
Like, this is, like, bar none, I want to say Rikitio's character model is just the most adorable thing in this game. Like, the adorable factor, they nailed with that. Just, like, we're gonna create this character that just looking at her makes your heart melts, and you're just like, I want to pet her, and I want to protect her, you know? She's so adorable. And I know a lot of people might say, well, what about lava fells? Yeah, right. She gives Chloe a run for her money? Kinda, yeah. Corrupt the child, burn them all. Kiwi, be gone. Foul demon. Mini Mikote. Yes, Mini Mikote. We're in the Moon Bunnies. Most adorable. The Moon Bunnies are adorable, but they're also kind of funny. So it balances out a little bit. Like, Rikitio was just cute.
It's him. It's really him. What are you doing here? If you're going into battle, I can give you some medicine. I made it myself.
Best not, Ricky. You'd only give him a stomachache. We've come to see Morin to get his advice. One of the god finally agreed to teach us how to fight. But first, we need to choose a fighting style. While I know that I want to be a mage, Arkil isn't sure. Magic isn't really my thing, so I was thinking of taking up the axe, or the sword, or maybe the bow. They all seem alright, but it's hard to decide. So I thought I'd ask Morin. He knows about lots of things. He's in here? Aww.
Oh, wait, why don't you have the Warrior of Darkness choose for you? What do you think suits Arkil best? Axe, sword, or bow?
See, in this little party they're assembling, we kind of have an aspiring cleric there. We have an aspiring mage. So, got a healer, you got a DPS, so you need a tank. So just to balance out their little party of three, I'd say it's down to the axe or the sword. The axe for Marauder / warrior, but no, I'd say for protecting your friends, the sword. Also, welcome Cassius Bassus. Well, anyway, Cassius. Did I even get the first name right? I'm trying. I am. Okay. The sword. If you took up the sword, you could be just like
Brandon, the Warrior of Light. I love that tale. Let's borrow the book today.
It's really popular, though. I hope it's still there. Thanks for helping me decide, Warrior of Darkness. I'll start with that style, and maybe try something else later. And when I get really strong, I hope to have a bout with you. Well, that's not fair. I'll be old by then. I mean, these kids are like... The oldest one looks like he's at best 12, 13. The other one I'm gonna guess is like 10 or 11, and Rikitio... I'm gonna throw out the number, and like at oldest she's like 6 or 7. Such fun he's been having basking in the adoration of musty old bookworms and wide-eyed younglings. But does he spare a thought for me? Of course not. Is it Fairy Mama? Is it Fairy Mama?
I waited and waited and waited, but he won't so much as acknowledge the presence of his beautiful branch, even though they're right here. Such a heartless thing our sapling is, cold and cruel and heartless.
Oh, faithful fair, ooh, loveliest of branches, how I have missed you. It's true, though. It hasn't been that long for me compared to other players, but it's so good to see you.
If you truly missed me, you should have cried. It cried for me at the top of your lungs the instant you arrived.
I fucking up the accent. I know. Mommy?
Heartless! To make up for it, you will call with twice the passion next time. Though, for there to be a next time, you've some few struggles to overcome. So my adorable sapling, the world is on the verge of destruction, is it? How do I know this? Joined as we are, spying on you is as simple as sliding down the back of a rainbow. Would that I could aid you on your quest, but the fate of we Fey folk is bound to that of the star. Whither it goes, so too do we follow. Such is our way. The most I could do for you is spare you the pain, by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. But if escape's not to your liking, then you must struggle with your fellow mortals. Ah, but here are the ones you were waiting for. I wonder what manner of conclusion awaits at Tale's End.
Baby, come back! Feo's the best. Everyone picked 2? It just made sense to me.
My apologies for the delay. Shroud, it's wonderful to see you again.
You too, Reen. How you doing, kid? By the way, Daddy Thancred misses you. You need to send in postcards.
You doubtless have much catching up to do, so I shall leave you to it. I've taken the liberty of unlocking the umbilicus, and you may enter at your leisure.
No Gaia, though? I mean, Gaia's probably running around somewhere. She might be at the cafe waiting for their, I don't know, hanging out, waiting. Or hanging out with some other friends. I mean, I'm sure by now Gaia's made some more friends.
I'm relieved to hear that everyone is well. I've had this feeling like a pit in my stomach, and I was afraid that something might have happened. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it's just that I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken with Heidelin, never once heard her call. Even so, I've always had this feeling deep inside me, a connection to something immense. These past few days, though, the connection has wavered, as if that immense something was distant, then close, then distant again. And then, the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling it had been completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went to open the window, and to my horror, the sky was ablaze, like during the star shower. But then I blinked and everything was normal. The next day, no one said a thing. No one else had seen what had happened. Or what I had seen. As far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary. I began to wonder if it was a figment of a half-remembered dream. Shroud, what are you not telling me?
Well, and how would you phrase this? Honestly, chat, how would you guys phrase this to Reen? Like, I do think she's owed an explanation, because she's actually she's got the hookup with Heidelin, unfortunately. But how the fuck would you explain this in a delicate way? Like, I would put it the blunt way. generally speaking. Maybe not necessarily to Reed specifically, but I would put it the blunt way. And I would be like, yeah. I kinda caused the apocalypse to start, and now our world is about to be destroyed, and oh, yeah, this might be worth mentioning, but the source goes, you know, the name being a good implication there, all the shards of the original, of the source, boom, you know, y'all gonna go boom as well. So yeah, this, you know, shit's going down. And we thought we had time to solve it, but unfortunately, giant demon monsters are popping out of nowhere. And what's worse, each of the demon monsters is just randomly comes about when someone feels a little depressed. So yeah, we got some problems. So how are you? You know, how's Gaia? How's some tea? You know, crumpets. How the fuck would you phrase this in a delicate way? And you can't be too undetailed. You can't just say, oh, you know, the apocalypse started. And everything is about to be destroyed if we don't find a solution. How are you? You can't be too vague. You know, you can't be like, well, things are a little rough and we're trying to solve a massive problem. Because that's not enough. That's not satisfactory enough. So what the fuck do you say? The world is ending on the source, and the reflections will go with the source, so we fucked. Good luck! I wish it was that simple! Ask her about the coffee biscuits.
I have to know, please. It doesn't matter how terrible it is.
Well, the problem is, this is about as bad as it gets. No, I want to hear it. I want to know what we said.
It wasn't my imagination then. The doom we witnessed in Amrot has come again. I can't believe it. Like I told you before, all is well here in the First. So don't worry about us, please. Look only to the threat before you. We're fine right now, and even if we weren't, we've learned how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, you may be assured we won't go quietly. Now we'll hold on until you can find a way to save all our worlds. So long as you continue your fight, so too will we, united in purpose beneath a blazing sky.
They already made certain raids are mandatory. Yeah, I do agree. If there's a raid, I definitely support being made. There's two raids I would say need to be made mandatory, in my opinion. One of them, I understand why people would argue it shouldn't be mandatory, and that's that would be the name. I know it. Hold on, no one tell me. I'd be surprised if you guys could just guess what I'm thinking. Come back. Brain. Coils of Bahamut. There we go. The coils, I think, should be mandatory because of how that wraps up in a nice, neat bow. That needs to be wrapped up. And I think that wraps up in a neat bow. Not only the story of Rome Reborn does it wrap up quite well, not only does it pre-establish our relationship with Alize a little bit more before we, properly start doing adventuring with her in like the MSQ proper in Heaven's Ward. I feel like if you miss that bonding time and that learning about the twins and their relationship with their grandfather, not to mention learning the fate of Louis Soir and how that's supposed to be, that should be mandatory in my opinion. I can see why people would argue that it shouldn't be, because it is long, it is difficult, and I can see people really, I can definitely see being able to progress the story without it and still establishing those connections and still enjoying the story. And still, you know, getting like the best of it from like the following expansions. But at the same time, the narrative there is so important. I think they should make coils. Personally, I think coils should be mandatory. But I don't know. That one I can see that being comfortably debated. The only other one I would want to make mandatory. There's only one other I'd make mandatory. So far, to be fair, I haven't done every raid. I'd make the Eden raids mandatory. Oh. Yeah, I'd make the Eden raids mandatory, because that helps really inflate our connection with Reen and also introduces Gaia as a character, which is really great. I can definitely see, at least so far, I can definitely see Omega being made mandatory as well, though personally, I don't know if I personally want that one to be made mandatory. I could see why someone would want it mandatory. There's plenty there that's important. Well, no, the part with Midgard Swarmer in particular and why he's not like involved in the current events going on with what we're playing right now. I think a lot of people who didn't play Omega would be very confused. Like, hey, where's Midgard Swarmer? Where the hell is he? Like, we're here with Vitra. We're here with, you know, we rescued Tiamat. We did all this shit. Why the fuck is Midgard Swarmer nowhere? And if you didn't play Omega, you wouldn't know that he's incapacitated, essentially. So that part, no, I'll definitely throw Omega in there. Omega and Eden I would make mandatory. True. Alexander is another one that Alexander's one I don't want mandatory, but I do think the community should always encourage people to play it. Like it needs to be played if you're going to play Omega and you're going to play any of the following 8-mans, because some of them have callbacks to it narratively, and also it's just a fun raid. Like, honestly, you don't even need to be a hardcore raider to enjoy Alexander. I don't think so. I don't. I would definitely say, in game it shouldn't be mandatory, because there's as much that is relevant to later stuff, there's just as much that isn't relevant to the main MSQ post Alexander. So I'd say the community should heavily stress the not only the fun of the raid, the great music, if you like steampunk, the theme, the environments within Alexander are fucking beautiful. The fights are great. So honestly, and even if it's not if you're a narrative focused guy, the story of Alexander is actually quite cool too. So I just say, yeah, I just stress that one. I would recommend to people to play Alexander, but it's probably one of the few I would say I can see it not being mandatory, nor really see why it should be from a narrative aspect. But yeah, Eden, Omega, and Coils, I think those should be mandatory. Alexander should be mandatory just to make people listen to Koji Fox sing. I mean, I think... well, we'll open that one up for debate later. Omega also finishes Nero's character arc. Wait, are we not seeing him again? I didn't think it finished his arc. I thought it just added to it. Drekage 2000, welcome to the stream. What is happening in your Endwalker story at the moment? We just talked to Reen, and we just returned to the Crystarium, and we met up with Reen. We're in the latter half of the MSQ for Endwalker. We're in like the level 86 range right now. So if you If you, well, I would just check your latest MSQ quest and check the level. You're probably, I would hope you're ahead of me, because I'm way behind the community right now. Lots of people are already making like analysis videos of the end of Endwalker, and other people are making like guides on what to do with new end game content. Like I've already seen that in like my recommendeds. So that's how far behind I am. Other content creators are already like, all right, so this is what you got to do now that you've all finished the Endwalker story, right? Like, fuck. It's like y'all are fast. So, yeah, if you're not that far along, now's your chance to bail. I fully attuned to Thavnair, Mari Lumentorum, Garlemald, Labyrinthos is the only one I've neglected. Hey, don't worry, Rich hasn't even gotten to Rodzat Han yet. Well, that makes me feel a little bit better, I guess. Really? Rich is taking that long? Why? Rich Campbell, right? Like, this isn't a different Rich I'm not aware of. I'm assuming you're talking about Rich Campbell. Why is he behind? I know why I am. I know why I am. I just, you know, I'm busy with I'm trying to get the next machinima done. I got other videos I'm trying to edit together. I also got a tournament coming up I got a tournament coming up for 40k, so I'm trying to paint my Death Guard army late at night when I have spare time. So, and I'm also streaming other things, like GT and stuff. Well, I know why I'm behind. Like I'm doing 1,000,001 things at once. But why is Rich behind? Is he playing another game? Like I don't know like Rich's streaming schedule, to be fair, so I don't know what's going on there. Oh, he took a break. Okay. I did it. Yeah, true. I had surgery. I had COVID. I had a bunch of shit that made me late to the party. Although COVID, to be fair, I pretty much recovered. I recovered from that right before Endwalker hit, so I can't use that one as an excuse for being behind. But yeah, the surgery that put me down. But the thing is, like, I don't want to use that too much of an excuse. That only put me down a week. Strummer, I need you to react harder. Madge. I'm reacting as I would react if you don't like it, run away. Shoot. You're already grinding the post-MSQ raids as well. That's right, they did the new raid dropped as well, so I'm also behind with that. Should you need an additional Warrior of Light for trials or dungeons, let me know. We're on each other's friend list. Dakota Silverthorn. Yeah, I know. He started this week. Okay, so he just started this week. They're not fast, they just dodge the queue time waiting in the beginning by never getting off on long trips. Which took a 2-week break in his chat calls him stalling way? And it confuses. Oh, no, like, he'll get that when he gets the Mari Lumentorum. He'll get it then. They're setting him up for a great payoff for that meme. Me chat was stun locked by Aaronville's pretty boy face. I mean, like, that's pretty, like, Male Vieira, honestly, like, if you just took like I said earlier, if you just took screenshots of their face and put it next to a screenshot, just the face, not the body, the face next to a female Vieira, honestly, and like you showed it to somebody who's not like Kiwi, who's memorized all the male preset faces, I'd love to see someone do a video that like, hey, which of these characters is female? I don't think it would be easy. Okay, you're doing right leveling Sage and Gunbreaker. I mean, before I started the MSQ, I leveled Reaper. But I was kind of a psychopath. I was up for like 24 hours straight just leveling Reaper. I got all the... within a day, I got it ready for the MSQ. So didn't do too much grinding with Reaper. Salivating over his new male Fiera twin. What the fuck? Also, the Savage... Okay, so anyway. Let's get back on track. Alright.
You're headed to the Umbilicus to consult with Elidibus, right? I'll do some consulting of my own and speak with Lena. Decide how we might best prepare for the final days. So it's farewell for now, but we'll see each other again, I'm certain of it.
Take care, Reen. Be safe. Tell the Gaia. I don't know. I don't know. I had something there, and then it went away. It'll come back to me. Tell Gaia she's awesome. I don't know. That's like, oh, I'll run with that for now because I can't remember what I was gonna say. I've had a lot of those moments in today's stream alone. Like, just, like, I have something in my head, and then when it comes to actually verbalizing it, it's just like, yeah, I'm gonna leave your brain now. Why? Ah, Master Shroud, welcome back. The captain has told me all. Give the word, and I will show you to the ocular. Open the door. Ominous. Feels weird to say this, but good times. No, it doesn't. It feels weird to say it in regards to, you know, the apocalypse going on, and the fact that at the time we were fighting against we were fighting against the Sin Eaters. Alright, have a good one, Brian. Thank you for joining while you could, man. Hope work doesn't overwork you.
Complete.
Hope it treats you right.
Hello, computer voice. How are you?
Acknowledged. Reinitializing Safecoast Tower systems. Searching for Elidibus entity. Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
My home. My friends. No more than a dream. You. Why have you awakened me?
Got some questions for
I
you.
no longer sense those places beyond, or Lord Zodiac. You must explain all.
Oh my god, it's tiny. Used to them being like here, not like there.
So, he is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star. The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear. But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill. Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the Convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share.
I'm not sure what we'd be sorry for. But for defeating him? Like, I'm not sorry about that. Tiny little bit. I'm trying to think what to be sorry for in this circumstance. I suppose there is that part about, like, you know, crushing the hopes of the Asians to restore their society, but even then I'm not sure we can, that's really worthy of apology. They still chose genocidal acts, like, for what he's endured. I mean, that I would say is, like, I would feel sorry, I would say that. Like, if it's in regards to what he's gone through. Like, if it's not really an actual apology, but more as just if it's more about the sentiment of empathy, then I could see that. But if it's like a legit, like, I'm sorry for this, that, or the other, no. But I could see the I'm sorry for the empathy aspect. You know, if that's what it is.
Why apologize for receiving a favor of the defeated? If it sits ill, consider it payment for freeing Lord Zodiac from servitude. Where to begin? Ah, the end. Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own. The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him, Fandaniel. Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him, long, long ago. Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days. And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation, so consumed by self-loathing and hate.
It's kind of poetic. I know it's kind of meant to be, but yeah, like the original Fandaniel during the days of Amarat is credited with forestalling the ends at the end of days, and the one we've been dealing with quite different. Credited with leading to the final days. Yeah, that's definitely a depressing poetic rhyme there.
Elpis. Yes, the name is familiar to me. Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place.
A location. Oh, is that the next zone?
For determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world. Many worked there, and before joining the Convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief. He was Hermes,
fitting.
That is all I know. The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction. Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived. Wait. I saw you there. In Elpis.
What?
No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility. And a truth that fills my heart. My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course. You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief. In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower, which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy.
Slight humble brag there. Well, since it's absorbed me, now it has quite a bit of energy.
As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment.
So not only are we... Okay, wait, hold on. So wait, we're location traveling and time traveling? Or am I misreading that? As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto the place in that precise moment. Okay, no. Fucking time travel. Okay, which version of time travel is this? Nope. Wait, well, onto that place in that precise moment. Alright, so I got one person who's telling me nope, and I've got another person who says I'm not wrong. Yeah, it's time travel. Okay. Oh, as in not misreading. Okay. Alright, so... It's time travel. When is everything ever certain? Well, the thing is... Time travel is always a narrative, like, I hazard anybody about putting time travel in stories. Because it can lead to so many domino effect questions. It opens up the biggest fucking can of worms, narratively, you can ever open the fuck up. Like, for me personally, the only time I've seen time travel handled well, unironically, was in Harry Potter, in the books, primarily I'm going off of. I don't really reference the movies much when it comes to the narrative there. But because the time travel that those based on was what's called temporal certainty. Because there's three prevailing theories, like actual, like, not just fictional theories, but like actual real-world theories about the concept of time travel. Like, if you could travel through time, there are three different iterations of how that works. There's temporal certainty, temporal relativity, and the third one, the name of the third one always kind of mixes up in my head. Temporal certainty, temporal relativity. I'll remember the third one at some point. But the ideas with each of the theories, with temporal certainty, whatever is going to happen in the timeline of existence always was going to happen. So if you travel back in time, you were always going to, and you were always meant to, and whatever you did in the past always happened. So the timeline never changes, it just eventually comes back to itself. So there's that. There's temporal certainty, which is what is showcased in Harry Potter. That's when they go back in time, and that always occurred. Like when Harry, there's a Prisoner of Azkaban, for those wondering what I'm referencing. Like when Harry and Hermione go back, they always went back. The events that they remember going through from their past selves' perspective happened when they went back as well. That always was meant to happen. What happened always happened. That's how it always functions. The timeline is always a self-contained, self-resolving. You know, it's a straight line. Then there's temporal relativity. Temporal relativity is... Oh, no, I remember the third one now. That's multiverse theory. That's why it was hard to remember, because the other two have temporal in the name, so it's easy to remember. With temporal relativity, which is also called temporal chaos theory, if I'm not mistaken, is the idea that if you go back in time and you change anything, you alter anything that was on the linear time frame, you will shatter whatever future you came from. And one of two things will happen. You'll either create a permanent time... One of two things will happen based on what happens. For example, if you go back in time and you change something that results in your birth or the ability to time travel not being... not having come... You know, not having been invented... You then create a permanent loop where time and reality are now then in a permanent chaotic loop, and you've basically destroyed reality, because now everything's in that permanent loop of you're born, you live, you gain the ability to go back in time, you go back in time, you do something that causes that to not happen anymore, so then that erases your existence, and therefore you having never existed, you never would have gone back in time and made that change, therefore you're in this permanent temporal loop. It's kind of the most nightmarish of the theories. Or if you make a change, but it doesn't affect that, but changes something else, you will, if you go back to your timeline in temporal relativity theory, something drastic will change. You stepped on a beetle, you stepped on, you caused a car crash that shouldn't have happened. Certain people died, and therefore their descendants never lived. And it's this whole temporal relativity there's a reason it's also called temporal chaos theory. It's chaotic. And then multiverse theory, which is the idea that if you go back in time and you change something, your timeline still exists, but another one branches off of it. Those are the three prevailing theories with time travel. And I've seen so many movies, television, and comics fuck it up. Like, they either try and stick to one of the three prevailing theories, but then they always have some plot convenience that they really want to do that goes against the theories, so they kind of pull something out of their ass. Or they just completely fuck it up. Like, they kind of do all the theories at once. Like, oh, they went back, something changed, but then their timeline still exists somehow, or they don't cause a... That's why I hate it when writers go there, because there's just so many fucking cans of worms you're gonna fucking open for questions. Like, what the fuck? One of the few times I've seen it done well, and not that I'm a huge fan of Harry Potter as an adult, but as a kid I really loved it, but looking back, that's probably one of the few times, unironically, that time travel was handled well, and that's because J.K. Rowling basically just said, fuck it, I'm using temporal certainty, and then just stuck with it. Like, I know that the Cursed Child play thing, though, kind of fucked that up, but if you ignore that in the continuity, that's the only time time travel has been handled well. Time travel is really hard to do, right? Yes, it is, because it's writers. It's very hard to do. It's very hard to do. I seldom. That's why I don't blame writers when it fucks up their story, but I do blame writers when they choose to do it. Because for me, if you're a writer and you write a story and you go to time travel, you either are. That tells me you're either extremely confident you understand it and you know how to do it well and not cause that chaotic can of worm opening of questions from your writing, or you're desperate. That's one of the two that tells me. Like, you're either desperate, or you are fucking ballsy and you know what you're doing. This is Ishikawa, so I'm thinking ballsy. I believe she knows what she's doing. But, like, if it's a writer I don't know and I haven't seen their work very much, and I just hear they threw time travel somewhere random in their story, that tells me they ran out of ideas. They had hit a wall, and they're like, fuck it, I gotta throw something in. Oh, it's one of the two. It's one of the two. I trust that this is gonna be done well, but yeesh. Reject consequences, accept plot and hand wave. I can't. I can't. Certain hand waves I can, but like the time travel ones, it's like, eh. Alright.
Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed. Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned. In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you. Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change. For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come. In full knowledge of this, will you still entrust your life to your foe and make the journey? Very well. I shall cast you unto the river of time. Let this be my final act. You must input the commands. I no longer have the authority. First, you must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic. The preparations are complete. The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the ocular.
Yes, sir. Alright, we're about to team travel, boys. Time and space travel. Not like space travel, but you know, traveling through matter.
All appears to be
Location
in order.
traveling.
The ether flows unimpeded. The magic should consume every last mote of my essence. Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final
Yeah, I did
act?
question that, but I kind of sense this is the idea.
Lord Zodiac is no more. There is nothing for me here. The ones I love and long to see again are waiting. In that promised land, beyond memory and dream. Now go, warrior of light. Go, and do not look back. Well, Heidelin, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it, the burden, and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
May he rest in peace. Elidibus was a cool guy in the end. And that's what I could say about most of the Ascians. wonder what that must feel like. Holy shit, they really were that big. I mean, I don't know. Part of me up to this point was like, were they really that big, or was it just like a big projection? It was the people of giants. Oh, we can see their faces now too. Oh, please tell me we get to see the faces of the other ones. I really wanna see the original forms of I don't know. Aetherite-like device. Looks pretty identical to an aetherite, but okay. Ah. This device is reminiscent of an aetherite. Perhaps it is possible to attune with it. Despite attempting to channel focus energies, very okay, so we can't attune to it. Guide-like man. The man stands dutifully by the aetherite-like device, a guide for this facility in all likelihood. You attempt to get the man's attention, but if he sees or hears you, he gives absolutely no indication. As Elizabeth warned, it appears your form is intangible. Alright, I figured as much. Conversing woman. It's not Gaia, is it? In her original form? No, I don't think so. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Before I make that determination. Hold on. Let me pull up an image of... Because I know we saw Gaia at her prime. Like when she was an Ascian. No, that's not her. Nope, completely... No. Actually, now that I think about it, she looks more like Yotsuya than she does Gaia when she was in her Ascian prime. Oh. Don't know. For a second there, I thought that was an Easter egg. I'm trying to keep my eyes peeled for anything like that. Oh. Black Robe Man. Oh yeah, I forgot to click on her. Hold on.
This is the right place, yes? Propleon.
That. Propland. Judging by the woman's words, this facility is called Propleon. Propleon. Propleon? Propleon? Propleon. You attempt to gently prod the woman to attract her attention. Well, we're canceled. Sorry, gentlemen. We're fucked. That's it. I tip my hat to you. Twitter's gonna come for me. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, good. Attempt to gently prod the woman to attract her attention, but feel nothing. And it seems neither does she. Well, that means you're just not doing it right. I'm so fucked. Alright, not them. So Black Robe Man is the last one. Oh, they're all black robed. What? Black robed man. And the rest of them are wearing beige, I take it. The remarkably large man wears a black robe and a half-mask, much like the phantoms you encountered in Mare Lumentorum and the recreated Amaurot. It would seem you have made it to your destination. You gesticulate wildly and shout all manner of greetings and obscenities, but the man does not so much... What did we say? Greetings and obscenities. Like, hey, what's up? You motherfucked a hamster. You know, like, what?
Your mother was a hamster and your father smelled of elderberries.
But the man does not so much as glance in your general direction. I don't know why we keep trying. We already tried it on the other guy. And what were the chances he was just ignoring this really loud, obnoxious midget? He's wearing a different shade of black? Oh yes, this one's jet black and this one's gray black. I don't fucking know. Black gray? I shall punch you a second time.
No good with it.
You suspect the door leads outside, but you... How to open it? Can I walk through it? I'm technically a ghost right now. Andrews Oberg, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the 100 Swedish crowns. Hi, from Sweden, Asmogan. Elpis is what I call home of the gods.
And here we are, Elpis.
Oh yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you again for the super chat, man. Home of the gods. So kind of like Mount Olympus.
More
Well,
gil
well,
for the
How
cause.
rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor? Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while.
Was not expecting a male voice.
You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
Well, why is yours on? Just because you're the guide?
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
Well, if it isn't Hades, my friend.
Who you are, perhaps, but I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please.
So wait, is that
Do
Hades
favor
and
us with your handsome face.
Hythlodaeus, right? That's the two we're looking at right now. He doesn't look too wildly dissimilar from... Especially the eyes, that's very similar. That is a very beautiful looking man. I am unashamed to point that out.
Satisfied?
He looked right at us.
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business. By the by, you see it too, yes?
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's.
Oh, that reminds me. Are we gonna finally meet like our full-blooded powered self? That would be so cool. Voiced by the same actor as Ardbert, hopefully, or not voiced at all. That's also a thing.
Do you suppose he created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's his spitting image.
Aww. Now it makes me even more curious the exact relationship Azem had, us as Azem had with Hades. He seems to be a bit bitter here.
So let's leave it be. Come now.
And I know we were friends, so...
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words. Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who do you take me for?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded?
So exacerbated. Hey, Ball. I have not seen the new rules for the OP Tower Organ. I do know that
I
there's
suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant.
I have not. I do know that there is a big. I do know that for 9th edition they're releasing a wave of. They're releasing a wave of the. Tongue-tied. The updates, the FAQs. I know they're releasing a wave of FAQs. My brother-in-law already mentioned it for his I think it was Mortium Iron Guard. I don't know. I know that the Imperial Guard and several other armies are getting a bunch of updates like that. Hey, good to have you join. Zerot23, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Eagle Sadie also welcome to you guys. I couldn't. This is yet another thing I could not have predicted about this. Is that we would come across Hades immediately, but also that Hythlodaeus, assumedly, and now we're being given enough ether to have a more tangible
open your
form.
eyes.
Am I still short? Nope, not as short anymore. I'm still shorter, but that's better.
Oh, you even adjusted its size.
Thank you.
The better to indulge your whim. This way, it will be easier to communicate.
How very thoughtful of you. And may I applaud your artful reinforcement. Without further ado then. Greetings. I am Hythlodaeus, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect.
Pleasure to meet you. Not for the first time, but I can't tell you that.
Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14. And how might we address you, my new friend? A fine name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words. So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here. You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then. What brings you here?
I seek a man named Hermes. I want to learn about Elpis. Both are true. They got horse neck? Yeah, they do got kind of a long necks. I've already commented about that in the past. Can I just say how much I love the writing in this? Like, I've not been able to predict a single thing this entire expansion, and I love it. I'm just so excited to see where this is all leading to. Like, I can't picture how this is all gonna end. And if you had asked me, even right after we defeated Zodiark, that we were going to travel back to the past during the prime of Amarot, or at least around the time of its prime, that we were going to just hook up with Emet-Selch / Hades, that we were going to be hooking up with Hythlodaeus, and fingers crossed we meet our past selves. Like, I want that so badly. I know it's probably the one thing they can't do, but I would like, I don't know. I really want to see what what a Zem was like in his prime. In my case, him, but I don't know. I seek a man named Hermes. I want to learn about Elpis. Let's go with that one. I don't know if that is too specific.
Well now, the same as us.
Oh, what do you know? Our objectives coincide.
Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
If he truly wished to be here, then he would be.
Yeah, I take from that Hades and I are, and Azim are close friends, because we already knew that more or less, but that he's a bit sulky because his... I can't tell if Hythlodaeus is his best friend or if we were his best friend. I don't know, maybe we'll learn that while we're here. But, you know, that attitude tells me that this is not the kind of attitude you have for like a coworker who won't go with you. This is more like the attitude you'd have with like a close friend that you did want to like hang out with you, but they had to do other things or wanted to do other things. So you're a little bit jaded about it. Then again, it could all just be Emet-Selch's general attitude, but I am trying to read into it.
My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend. And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Emet-Selch's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
If you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree?
So what I'm learning from this more and more is that Hythlodaeus was always a bro. We already knew he was a bro,
Besides,
but he's always
having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here. Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge, Elpis.
Ooh. It reminds me of the Dravanian hinterlands a little bit. Well, part of the Dravanian hinterlands, I should say. Well, it kind of reminds me of multiple things now I'm looking at it.
This presence.
Alright. Zareth Mortis. Unironically, they're probably doing this way better.
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
What's with the... Oh, the, Mommy's lips. Visitors.
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
Kind of, the Elpis kind of reminds me of a cross between... It kind of, okay, so, for what I'm looking at here, it reminds me of three things. It reminds me of, well, with the floating city kind of aesthetic. It kind of reminds me of, Cloud Top. It kind of reminds me of that zone with Heaven's Ward. Looks like a cross between that... A cross between that, Gridania, and... those two and the Dravanian hinterlands, I'd say. This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour. Perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using concepts to give shape to ether, creation magics allow us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect. As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to Elpis for in-depth observation and study. A fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you will enjoy touring it with us. Now then, our friend Hermes, aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are he will be at the main observation hub, so let us seek him out. Let him seek him out there first. Attired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Our dear Emmett Selk wishes to keep a low profile for his errands, so... Do you know how to make a robe? The basic concept would do. No? In that case, Emmett Selk? No. Your whim, your responsibility. You're getting not another thimble of ether out of me. The way he scrimps sometimes, you'd think he wasn't a high bottomless font of magic. Very well, I shall make the robe, but perhaps you can assist. Come, let us search for the requisite material. It's very pretty. Riding on a highway. Yes, these creatures should suffice. An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 Peludai. There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your ether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken the Peludai first. Good luck. Hosha. Yeah. And another one. I said another one. Over here. You must glamour the robes in Elpis. I must.
You've caught the peddler die. Come, come, let us see.
There you are.
Yes, these fine fellows would do nicely. And now for a spot of reversion.
Don't be that guy. What?
There, it's ready.
Oh, so it's not like actually mandatory, but you guys are saying it's unfitting not to. Okay.
Something fancy, but then we're trying not to stand out. Try it on for size. You turn living things into clothing, just like that. Won't someone be angry with us for using those creatures? Oh, it's fine. There's no one around to tell us off. And besides, we can always make more peddler dye. They need only a tiny amount of ether. It may take some effort to get the form and composition right, but anyone familiar with the concept should be able to manage. Well and good to disguise and educate it, but it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at the very least, I should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. Emmett Selk speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, best to simply say that you're a familiar. The question is, whose? Of course, Azem's. If you say you belong to him, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior.
So Azem was a bit of an eccentric. Alright, fair enough.
Exploiting our associate's absence? For lack of his presence, absolutely. Were he here, he'd have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand.
When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Yes, yes.
Alright. Hold on. I forgot to open that coffer as well.
Alright, before I glamour, let me make sure I got the best shit. Ooh. Okay, I like that scythe. Finally, we find another scythe that isn't a chain scythe. That looks really cool. It only took forever and a half. Alright. So now with the poos. Hey, I should update that. Also, I don't think we got a headpiece with it, but we definitely got a chest piece. And we also got boots with it, I think. And hands, right? Oh, it doesn't look like it. But I know we got 3 things. What was the other thing? Pants, maybe? Yes, okay, it was pants. There we are. Have I seen the Palace of the Dead one? The Scythe? I don't think so, no. So why bother? Well, I was told Shall I repeat, chat? You must wear the robe. You must cast the glamour. Why do it? You're going to half-ass it with only the robe. Do not disgrace me, chat. Pressure me into something, but pressure me into it right. Why would I hide my weapon? Yes, but I'm talking about the pants. The pants are part of it. You don't put on half your glasses. That's called a monocle. And that looks wrong in the modern day. Just for weirdness sake? No. If I was gonna do the frog suit thing, I would also be playing a Lalafell. Just to make sure I doubly rob this whole everything of doubly rob everything of any kind of seriousness. To not cause distress? I've had my scythe equipped for every other interaction we've had, and it doesn't distress normal people. I can't see why it would distress these kind, wonderful people of Amarot. It's just a scythe, you know. I'm whacking the weeds. Don't worry about it. For roleplay, immersion, immersion. Image. Uh-huh. In search of Hermes. If you are ready, let us continue along the path to Agnorisis. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. Carry on. Alright. Immersion! 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 Wait, I'm already here. Oh, that was fast. Didn't have to travel far. No, I'm not. Nah, Kiwi. What would give you that idea? Absurd.
Yes, can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well now, by your mask, I assume you are one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see. My lips are sealed. The chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you will find him at one of the pools there.
The pools, you say? Many thanks, and apologies for disrupting your work. I say, Hithadeus, while I've never met Hermes, you know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his ether? Aye, that I could.
As you know, Emet-Selk and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see ether quite keenly and from great distances.
Explains your gorgeous eyes.
With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt that it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all, by searching the ordinary way. We stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. This is as much for your own enjoyment, like as not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair. So you know, it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our cowls up. A special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you possess any.
He's just as nice as I remember him.
It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let's find our man. Unseemly.
That sounds kind of terrifying. Like, to live in a society where it's frowned upon to express individuality. I'm like, well, that's a nightmare authoritarian kind of style place. Would I like to live there? No, I would not. I'm a very individualistic person. I am quirky incarnate. You would argue it's a different kind of pretty? Okay. I don't know what you mean. Sounds like Japan. I don't know. I'm not gonna throw that because I don't know if that's true or not. I don't live in Japan. Don't get me wrong, Japan has a very strong culture of the community, but I don't know if I would say they're that far of an extreme. Like, to the point where pure individuality is completely frowned upon? I don't think that's even true. It's there is more of a... again, this comes from someone who doesn't live there, so I don't know, maybe I'm way off, but from what I can tell from entertainment coming out of Japan, as well as just the occasional video, vlog stuff I've seen of Japan itself, some research I have done into their... minor research into the culture over there, as far as I can tell, they value individuality just as much as we do. It's just there is also an expectation. There's more of an expectation from families to better, kind of represent the family more than yourself. So, you have higher ideals in that regard. There's also, there's levels of. Basically, they have more expectations of decorum. But even then, it's not, like, against the law. And it's not, as far as I understand, it's not the extreme of, like, frowning upon individuality as much as it is, you just don't want to embarrass your family, typically. Oh, but I couldn't tell you with any kind of confidence. I don't live there. And it might also depend on location. I mean, maybe in, like, the more posh areas, it's even bigger of a deal for, like, the whole representation of being proper, showing up proper respect, and, there might be more of that in certain areas than others. I mean, in the United States, we have different areas with different cultural expectations like that here. And in some places in America, you're expected to act a very specific way, and take 20 steps into a different state, those expectations don't exist. Like, if you live in Florida, no one expects anything but for you to live in a place with weird people or be weird yourself. But if you live in, What's a good example? If you live in uptown, if you live uptown New York, like you live in the posh part of New York with the fancy condos and the expensive living arrangements and all that kind of, and a lot of the more expensive, you're probably expected, especially if you work around there, to expected to act a very proper, appropriate way. Different places within a country and within a culture can have different expectations. Alright, search for Hermes. I kinda was, but my brain was more focused on explaining my point. Alright, Hermes. Hermes! Oh, Hermes! Good man! Don't mind me! Trying to say hello to you, but I can't find you. Alright, so it said it would be by the pools. And within this search radius... Not over here, is it? Nope. Doesn't look like it. Well, there we are. Upper East Side of Manhattan. Yeah, good example.
Huh. You are...
I am but a mere humble familiar.
Oh.
Easy, kid.
Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be...
I'd like to be friends with you too, kid.
Wait. Please. Wait. Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me?
If you
Do
can
not
read my
be
mind.
I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts.
You don't want to know my thoughts.
May we please be friends?
That we can be, but stay out of the dark side of my brain. That's kind of like the Detroit of my
May we
brain.
please
Stay out of there.
be friends?
I've seen some shit in my life. You don't want to go over there.
Ah, I see you found him.
And that kid looks more like a Hermes type than, well, Hermes.
It's Ladeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
You were of the convocation.
Emmett Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to...
She kind of reminds me of Ringing a little bit.
Well, you
Don't ask me
certainly have
why.
her
She's
attention.
very different, but...
Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment.
No, damn, really?
Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing.
It sounds kind of creepy to me, but just, eh.
But rest assured that I will return in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
An amistoma is missing.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
It's an aquatic creature, isn't it?
You're saying they can climb with their sorry excuses for limbs?
Oh no, they have limbs, so that would... So maybe it's like crocodile, alligator kind of rules. They mainly hang out in the water, but they have limbs, so that implies they do move on land.
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The Ambistomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however... Excuse me.
She's a creation, not an actual child. Well, a child is just a creation, as well. And mommy and daddy love each other very much. So that's not really... I guess I suppose if I just focus on the fact that she's just a culmination... But the thing is, if she's got self-awareness, that's where it turns from... Like, you can just say, like, oh, this creature's just a creation, but it stops being just a creation or just something like that. Like, keep in mind, this is why someone like me couldn't be a researcher in developing, like, biological organisms and stuff like that. Like, and obviously this is an extreme example, but I probably could never be in that position because you do need to emotionally detach yourself. But based on what we just met with the little girl, it seems like she's self-aware and actually conscious of herself. I don't know. So for me, that provides... No, it's very creepy. It's very creepy. I'm sorry, but she seems self-aware. She's talked. Maybe that'll be proven wrong. Maybe she just keeps repeating the same thing over and over again, giving it more automaton kind of feel. But I don't know. Like, really advanced me, you find it creepy at all? I do. Like, I find it very creepy. It'd be one thing if it was like a little, like a rat or something, like they were creating a rodent. Or like those fish things, for example, with the ability to fly, apparently. That's more something I could just kind of shrug off. But when you have a sentient human-like creature that can talk and wants friends, and then you just talk about it like it's, oh, this is a little lab rat, it'll die at any moment, but I'm just playing around with it for now. It's fucking creepy as fuck. Like, that's where it goes from innocent, just normal research to kind of Hannibal Lecter levels of emotional detachment from a living creature with, again, seemingly self-awareness. It's fucking weird. But this is the Amarok people, so I haven't liked them from the get-go, so I suppose that's not gonna change now. Although I like Hythlodaeus.
I'll help too.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
Anyone got some cards? We'll play some Texas Hold'em. They got the limbs.
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
Even though we just met her, though, if Mateon does die, I'm gonna be upset. Not like crushed, but I'll be upset. Yeah, because just meeting her, she seems like just an innocent kid to me. I guess that's another thing that's enhancing the creepiness factor of it. Is Mateon's basically like a little kid to me, I would see that as like a little sister figure, and to see them kind of talking about it, like, oh, she just paid any moment. Oh well. Oh, it's a little pet project of mine. I'm not sure if I'm done with it. Still playing around with it. Okay. Seems Hermes and Mateon have found their quarry, a creature known in this age as an ambystoma. Yet though it has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. I didn't even look up. The ambystoma, Hermes saw it high up the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him and he slipped. Everything's under control, I trust. Yes, rest assured, this is nothing new to me. I've ended up in far more compromising positions in the course of my work. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. What are you gonna do, blow the tree up? Oh no, he fell. Ugh. Hermes, are you alright? Quite alright, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Mateon. Both you and, Shroud Scythe, you are called. Intriguing name. Somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no! I'd forgotten all about its fellows! Truly? What a relief. So... Okay. I must thank Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus when I return to them. But first, with the distractions out of the way... As Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you will enjoy your time here. Every fish flies near Ishgard. What? No. I safely assumed there wasn't anything sexual about it. It was more the dehumanizing element that creeped me out. Get in this predicament? I'm assuming he jumped, knocked it off of the tree, but then he didn't make it all the way over the branch. Like, that's my best guess. But even then, that's a pretty high jump up. I don't know. That in itself could be an entertaining series of events. Ponder, warrant, cherish, welcome. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to fucking names, man. Anagnorosis. Alright.
Hey look, he returned to his fellows. Adventurous Ambystoma.
My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the Ambystomas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to their space. If you would go on ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you will see a table and chairs, a meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creatures slip away. Some creations stay outside. Others stay at Kitsus, like the Ambystomas.
Alright. Can't remember. Did I attune to this? I might have. Yeah, okay, I did. Yeah, I auto-piloted attuning to it. Because I always attune! I never forget.
What a nice abode.
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways.
Already?
We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins.
What can I say? I like to be a mystery. I don't know. This is definitely why I could never be an official. I can't take nothing seriously.
What? Will I have to remove you by force?
Won't take much. You guys are like gods by comparison to me right now.
I have important things to say to him as well. There are reasons I cannot speak freely.
Let's hear them then, these reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
I just said I couldn't tell you.
I do not object to his attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
I love that saying. It's a very posh way of saying it's not how we do shit here. It's highly irregular. Translation in common speak. It's not how we do shit.
Perhaps. But I believe he can be trusted. Meteon would not have taken to him so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself. Do you hear?
Yes, Daddy.
I didn't mean that to sound sexual, so I hope it didn't, but...
So, it's finally happened, then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down, and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Van Daniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis, after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the Convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Van Daniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis?
Oh, so they don't even use the term.
Mankind is the life of Aetheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful. Always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
This is kind of well, I say kind of. It is fascinating.
I know of all this. I do. It's just... I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all.
And I can think of many reasons, but it'd be kind of depressing.
Oh no. I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
I'm sorry, Shroud. I didn't mean... A walk. Perhaps we can go for a walk?
I mean, yeah, this is an old concept. It's a very heavy one. I know I've gone on several tangents this stream, but there's a lot of ideas and things that they're presenting that I do want to address. That is a... Okay. So the first thing is I do kind of like the idea that they don't look upon death as something negative. There are many cultures that do, but they still use the term death. There is still a level of morbidity to it, but it seems like they've completely rejected the negative connotation of, well, death. They don't even call it that. They just simply refer to it as returning. And that is a positive way to... I guess that's a positive outlook on the end. But the other part of it is that whole idea that immortality, like they could choose to go on for as long as they want, but then the funny thing is when it comes to the concept of immortality and stuff like that, and one thing I've always questioned from like villains or characters who are of a greedy nature that desire immortality in fictional stories is pretty much always I've questioned that notion that immortality is even desirable. To me, in all forms, immortality sounds like a curse in and of itself, because oftentimes what gives life meaning. And if you live forever, that means you can do everything. You can do anything. You don't need to fear the consequences of your actions as much. You don't need to fear. You don't need to fear something result. You don't need to fear being unable to finish achieving your goals. Well, generally speaking. So with the concept of it, it's fascinating for one, but like just if you think about immortality for even 2 seconds, I can never imagine why anyone would find the ideal attractive. Everything about it is rather cursed, and I don't mean to sound like a doomer or a depressed person. I have depression, but that's not why I'm saying this. Is living forever has an appeal. The idea that, the reason it has its appeal is because we all live non-immortal lives. But if you actually think about it, the whole reason people have dreams, the reason we work hard, the reason we do everything the way that we do, the reason we have purpose is because of that idea that we're not here forever. We're not here for eternity, and we're not even physically whole and hale forever. We have a limited time to achieve the things that we want to achieve, and we need, and our lifespan gives us a time frame to do those things. So I think, in a way, I look at immortality as robbing people of that purpose, or that purpose, or at the very least, that sense of, I guess, that sense of importance of the time that you wield. I can definitely see the argument for why the ideal of immortality is attractive from that very standpoint. It's like, okay, well, you don't have to stress about it anymore, though. You don't have to stress about things, and you can take the time to achieve what you want to achieve, and not fear your frailty, not fear for your loss. But for me, it's just what gives life value and importance is that it is finite, is that it has an end. Is that it gives you urgency to do things, to achieve things. So I don't know. It's just the concept alone it's a fascinating discussion, but I don't know. Like the more I think about it, the more I see just a complete, I guess for me, a complete lack of understanding of what is attractive about immortality. Don't forget, immortality is not invulnerability. True. That is another part of the discussion is, are we talking about immortality as in simply living forever? And even then, is it living forever without growing frail, without, growing old and ancient and your body crippling? If we are factoring that in, on top of that, are you invulnerable? Can you not die? Do you have Wolverine-like regenerative abilities, And if we go down that rabbit hole, hey, Adamantium Pizza, welcome to the stream. If we go down that rabbit hole a little bit here, because I don't want to hold up the stream too long on this, but I do want to address it. If we go down that rabbit hole just a smidgen, if one has immortality with invulnerability, I think that's the worst form of immortality, like in concept. Because, as I just expressed with my own fears of what I find is negative with it, aside from purposelessness, if you're the only one who's immortal, everyone else around you dies, so that adds a whole other morbidity to it. But if you're invulnerable and immortal, that is pure hell to me. Like if I were to go to hell, hell would just simply be me living my life like this, but I don't age, I don't decay, I don't wane, I stay the same, but I watch everyone else around me erode. I see the degradation of their existence. I see the weakness. For some of them, they might die young and quick, but others I might have the misery of watching slowly degrade and erode and get into dementia. And I just see these really, in my own head, like when I envision it, I see this very terrifying aspect, and that's the stuff of nightmares for me. Like, part of the comfort of my life, and part of the thing that, for me as an individual, as a real-life person, the reason I act and do the things that I do and believe the things that I believe, the whole a part of my identity, and I think this is true for most people, a little bit of it is derived from, again, our lack of being finite. And I don't know, again, just the idea is splashing in my head of such a immortality is terrifying. But if we go down the route of immortality but vulnerability, you can in practice never die as long as there's no outside forces that take action to end it, or maybe even you yourself have the option at any point to die. Like, we look at Tolkien's the Dunedain in the Tolkien lore. They are immortals. They are immortals of men, and at any time they can choose to die, or they can choose to live forever, or at least as long as forever they deem worthy. And then later on, that concept gets corrupted by Morgoth and the whole Tolkien lore. But that concept, we take that idea of they are vulnerable. They can die by the blade. They can die by poison. They can And at times I can just simply choose when is the time to go. If we look at that vulnerable version of immortality, that is a little bit more of the romantic kind of envision of immortality. That idea that I live forever, but at some point, if I choose that I've done everything I wanted to do, that I achieved everything I wanted to achieve, I can simply check out. Right? That is the more romanticized version of immortality. But for me, that still holds a lot of that still holds a lot of negatives with it. It's not as nightmarish as invulnerable immortality, but it does provide its own level of discomfort for me in a concept. Because for me, that in and of itself has two branches to it. Like, what is everyone else like me, that at any point they can choose to go out? That's more of it's the only ideal of immortality I would say is something that I would understand as desirable, and in a way I would desire myself. But if we're looking at the singular, the insular, if we're just looking at ourselves in immortality, with that kind of immortality, it's still rather frightening and depressing, because not only do you lose urgency for yourself, sorry, heard a yell. All right, hold on. Let me try to derail my train. Sorry. So not only do you lose urgency for yourself in the purposes that you want to achieve, but you still have like the negatives of like degrading and eroding over time. Well, what's your guys' thoughts on this? I know I could rant about this for hours, but it's just restricted to me spewing my perspective. Oh yeah, hey Elder Brad. So they probed your brain? Yeah. When they tested me, that they didn't tell me that was what they were gonna do. They just came in and like shoved it deep into my brain. Like, getting the test is fucking sucks. Okay, good. You're not positive. Okay, good. Maybe you just got a cold. That time of year, cold, flu, standard sickness, or you just have a headache. We'll find out. Oh, you haven't found out. Just to experience Half-Life 3. The trick. Oh, jeez. Everything went really green. The trick with that is you're assuming that Half-Life 3 is ever going to happen. It's not. Give up. Surrender. Surrender to the helplessness. I don't think that's the entire concept of heaven, but then again, each like religion has a different way of interpreting or describing heaven. So I can't really speak to that. I generally speaking, I'm a non-believer. So I kind of stay out of that debate about the religious aspect to it. I'd say just kind of come up with your own interpretation there. But each religion describes like the ideal heaven differently. Even then, I couldn't tell you if that's the end all be all of heaven. I don't know. I don't have enough. I've not done enough research into the Christian's version of heaven. I don't know if the Jewish version is any different. Any iteration of like the proper or hopeful afterlife. And yeah, that's kind of the concept I envision. Like, you live forever, yeah, you have more time to do the things you want to do, but then you have too much time. The Christian concept of paradise is horrifying. I mean, I generally think that, from what I know of, like, the Christian descriptions of heaven, it's not, as far as I understand it anyway, and this is from, like, I'm not coming from a Catholic background, I understand the Baptist perspective, is that heaven is, part of it is, if you choose to, you can look down on your friends and family, and the thing is, what's supposed to be comforting about that, even if they're sick, dying, ill, going through hard times, the comfort there is that when they eventually, when their life does end, they can join you up in heaven. That's supposed to be like the positive side of it. But until then, yeah, you get the misery of watching them go through hell, so that does sound like misery to me. But that aside of it, as far as I understand it, that's not the end-all be-all of heaven in the Christian faith. As far as my understanding goes, the other part of heaven is you just live in your, like, ideal experience. Some people say it's like living, like, your happiest memory over and over again, and it never gets old. Like, you always feel brand new with it. Some folks would say heaven is simply just what your ideal surroundings are. Like, that can be, like, maybe your favorite place in the world you like to go to, maybe your favorite event that you never got to go to. Things like that. Like, there's different, as different people, you get different interpretations of what the second part of heaven is, other than just the ability to look down on your loved ones. But again, I'm not a faith-based person. I don't look down on people who are. Like, I don't have anything against, you know, if you're a Christian, if you're Muslim, if you're anything like that, I just simply don't believe myself. But if you believe those things and it brings you comfort, I understand. I'm not gonna sit here and claim I can speak with authority on the interpretations of heaven. It's hard to enjoy wasted time if there's no lack of amount of time. Exactly. That's the part of immortality I find disturbing. Anyway, I'm gonna, like, zip through and... Well, Asmo, good night. It is time for me to get some shred. Alright, get a good night's sleep, Michael Shreyha. Thank you for joining while you could. Have an amazing night. I'm positive. Isn't that bad news? I would consider that bad news, wouldn't it? Unless you really wanted the days off, I suppose. Yeah. Anyway, sorry to get metaphysical here, but you know that's just a concept that is fascinating in its own right. Night.
Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. It's how I am. How he made me.
I mean, that's not a bad thing. I mean, he made you empathetic.
But don't worry, I'm fine now. So, why did you come here? You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes? Ooh, teach you. I can teach you. We could take turns. I tell you something, then you tell me something.
Sounds like fun.
It will be. Where to start? Yes. Let's talk to Memnon. Talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aetherite. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is, so I'll have him explain instead.
Etienne is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objective. Okay. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, standard affair, what we've been doing. Whole expansion. Ponder warrant, cherish, welcome. Ah, there he is. Memnon. And what have we here? Though you look like a person, your ether is quite thin. I assume you are a familiar like Meteon. Is there something you need?
This is Shroud. Could you teach him about Elpis?
Ah, a newly arrived familiar, is he? Very well, I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to him. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. And two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place. So, heed your masters well, and be good. Do you hear?
We will, Memnon. We will. Thanks for the lesson. You had a turn. Now I get a turn. Where did you come from?
From the Crystarium, I guess. From a place facing a great threat. From a place far, far away. From a place far, far away, from a place facing a great threat, from the Crystarium. Which to choose, which to choose. I mean, telling her the Crystarium isn't gonna help. That's not context. I want to go with the middle one.
There's such a place? I had no idea. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. Then I'll explain my power.
But the point was they're all being watched. This is beautiful music. IOB 720p. What?
Oh, this creation is perfect.
Is that a pelican? Nah, pelicans have bigger beaks. And different shaped beaks.
But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new. Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power.
Mind reading. It's a shoebill. It looks too small to be a shoebill, though. Shoebills are pretty big. Well, they're not gigantic or anything, but they're not small birds. Shoebill, it's got the shoebill shape. I'll agree with that, but it's too small.
I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read.
And I've seen a shoebill. They're actually pretty big birds.
Wait, please wait. I'll try again. With you this time. Greetings. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, kid.
This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me, and project my emotions to others in return. I am not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings even should they communicate via unknown languages or other nonverbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet, though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to... One that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more.
Oh, okay, it's the complexity of my mind.
Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my powers in speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend.
I want to be your friend too, kid.
Did you hear me?
Head pats for Bird Girl.
Good. Now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at?
Fighting, crafting, gathering, playing. It's a secret. Does this mean the bird is non-intelligent? No, I'd say it's... My assumption based on the information there is that she doesn't has... We have... I think it's down to memories. That's my guess. I don't know. But I believe what she's talking about is memories. Like the complexity of the mind. It's not really that she's unintelligent or she has less access to, you know, brain power. It's the memories, it's the experiences. To think of her, she's a creation. She's like freshly made. But she's made with limitations, and I think one of those might be memory. She's also shown to have limitations with her speech because part of her creation was the influence towards her ability to read minds and also espouse her emotions outwardly without verbal command. Now, I think Shubo is a bird in question. Oh, the bird. Oh, I thought you were talking about her. I would say that in the case of the small, tiny shoebill, maybe it's a baby shoebill. I would say in the case of the tiny shoebill, it's probably a case of just maybe it's just baser instincts cause it to function and rule it. So another limitation of its creation. She's clearly intelligent, but yeah, yes. I thought you were referring to like how she mentioned how us are different from her because we're more complex. I thought that's what you were referring to. No, like I interpreted from that it's, even though that's not what you were saying, but just to finish my point, I guess. Yeah, like I said, I just interpret that as because she's younger and newer, literally in creation terms, and also the way she was created, she doesn't have as many memories or complex experiences to draw off of, so that's the complexity in our mind, I think. The Shubo is just in complete control of its emotions. It's just like little girl talking to me. I hold my emotions in check. Anyway, fighting, crafting, gathering, playing, it's a secret. How do I answer? I haven't done hardly any crafting in the game, so I can't say that. Gathering, I've got one of my gatherers up quite a bit, but not overall. Playing, kind of. Like, I'm pretty good at most of the games I play. Uno is my strong suit. It's a secret.
I'll say fighting. Ooh, fighting. That must mean you're strong. Hermes is strong too, but he doesn't like to fight, even when creations fight him.
It's staring.
I think we might be bothering it.
It's like, leave now. I was enjoying my solitude!
Let's keep going. We'll go and see Yuanth next. She's usually in a small building, one on the west row.
That Shubil's just giving silent, like, fuck off vibes. Motionless bird. Oh, hello.
Spriggans. What are Spriggans? Oh no, we call them Oriai. If there's many, it's just one. We say Oriais.
Okay.
Though they're cute, they can be naughty. Sometimes they run off with concept crystals, and Hermes has to run after them.
So it appears the Spriggans have always been nasty little kleptomaniacs. Some things never change. Even in their inception.
What does that say?
I know, wrong building. One more over.
Well, if it isn't Mateon. I see you brought a friend today. Greetings, Yuanth. An apple. Could you make an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup? I want to share it with Shroud. Oh, candied apple. Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know you can't eat Mateon. You weren't made to do so. But I like to. But I like it to. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. I'm sorry, Shroud. I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask about yours, but I failed.
Tell her what you like. I like pizza. It's delicious. It's god tier.
Oh, that's what you like? Yes, I could feel it, your joy and happiness. And it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me, Shroud. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see?
Yep.
There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Mateon good. Shroud wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught him. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food.
I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate your keeping Mateon company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Emetselk and Hythlodaeus will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. I'm compelled to remind you that he is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at
prop. There is no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind. I see the joy his presence brings Mateon. I cannot imagine a mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Shard is kind. Really, truly. He taught me as much as I taught him. You're coming, of course, to watch Hermes. You're bound to learn lots and lots.
You know, it just hit me how big she actually is. Cause we're like, it just hit me. Cause like it's so easy to neglect, cause we're now the same height as everyone else. But we got to keep in mind that all these people are giants. So we're up to their knees, at best, and from what we've seen before, from height wise, we're slightly above that. Like we're at shortest we're up to their knees, and I believe at tallest we're up to their like thigh, in terms of height. So this whole time I've been thinking, you know, she's a cute little bird. Not really. She's fucking big. And yeah, the shoe bill is massive too. That's just clicking with me. That's not a small shoe bill. That's the right size shoe bill. We're just fucking gigantic. Wait, that means those Spriggans were the big kinds. Holy fuck, that all, like this, it's so hard to, it's not hard, it's so easy to just like ghost that, because like they sized us up, but it just clicked with me. She's actually not small at all, she's big. Yeah, we're waist high on her. We're fucking here, she's tall. That just clicked with me, Jesus. She's only small compared to them. Spriggans. I know, those are big Spriggans. Those are giant Spriggans. Holy fuck. That just hit me. This whole time I've just been thinking, oh, the cute little bird girl. No, she's giant. Actually, she reminds me a little bit, now that I'm thinking about it more. She kind of reminds me of, shoot. Names. Come on, brain. Come on, brain. Not Titan, not Ifrit, the third one. It's been forever since I fought her. Come on! Brain! I have the picture of her in my head. Name is not coming. Garuda, thank you! Fucking hell, my brain. Like I told you guys, names just slip right the fuck out of there. Yeah, she reminds me of Garuda. In terms of, like, her design. Like, she's humanoid for the most part, but she's got the things of her ears, and then she's got the legs. She's not the same. Obviously, she's still very different. I mean, she doesn't have... First of all, she has normal hands, not big sprawling wings. She's more blue-colored. So there's elements of her that are like Garuda. If everyone is ready, there are a few creatures I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward ambystoma. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there may be unruly creatures about. Alright, where to next? Hey, hold on. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, guys, before we keep going. I'll be right back. Everyone, take a pee break. Everyone, take a pee break. Go, go. Pee break time. Excuse me, mister, can you declaw? I can feel you stabbing my blood vessels. Are you needy? Are you needy now? Is that something? Is that something? That's something starting. You needy bitch. I'm not petting you enough. Big on the butt steak. This is Ted Bundy, everybody. Yes, that is his actual name on his papers. I named him. I got him as a kitten. He has been a very consistent friend of mine for a long time now. Probably my oldest pet. He's very fucking needy. Ow. He's stabbing me. He's like, don't let go of me. Oh, now you want down. Now that I brought you in my room, you're like, no, okay, I want down now. No, no, you're staying up here, asshole. You needy bitch. Ow! Quit stabbing me. We need to trim your claws, mister. Now, don't give me that look. We need to trim those daggers. You little... Meh. Mwah. Scratch in your bed. Scratch. Alright, I need to get back to my stream. I know you want attention, but I need to get back to my stream. You comfortable? You comfortable up there? He's purring. Chubby snuggle cattle. He's a bit chubby. Fat on all the mice and shit that he's catching outside. I need to get back to my stream. Do you understand me? Why are you clawing my chair? Stop clawing my chair. You can't. If you're not clawing my flesh, you're clawing my chair. Alright. Covered in cat here now. Just ordered some Danish to be delivered. Nice. Nice. Did you get the pancakes? Did you get some chicken? Got a burger? What'd you get? Huh? What'd you acquire from the Dennis? From the DoorDash or the Grubhub or Hulu, not Hulu. Hulu selling food now. Uber Eats. You know what'd you get? What'd you acquire? Stretch. I did kind of. I was standing up straight. Same thing, you know. Got the patty note with fries and some tendons. Yummy. Put my headphones back on.
Is there a new species of Pedaluda we recently set loose? It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it unto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It is the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. Interesting. Well, we kind of already knew that to a degree, although it's good to have it actually spelled out. Ah yes, Lightning Pneuma. Lightning Pneuma, just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it's in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the Pneuma here to replenish their ether. It appears Mateon is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the Pneuma? Hey, we're feeding them like birds! By using this lightning converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Oh, okay, my target was the actual destination. Gotcha. Perfectly done, Shroud. Look. Nom 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 nom. See how they gather to feed? How they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. But be it a soulless arcane entity such as the Pneuma, or an ephemeral life form such as the Peluda, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. Good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architecture to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hythlodaeus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that's all I need to know.
Oh, you finished already? I'm sorry. I was in the way.
Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there.
It is fascinating to see the Amaratine people in their prime. It really shows you how far they fell when they became the Asians. Chonker! Ace a chonky, boy!
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
Entelekis.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
Why were you flashbacking? To be fair, and it wouldn't be a bad time. I don't know why I'm questioning it. I mean, I remember it, but as I ask the question why we're flashing back to it, it's not bad to get a refresher. It didn't happen that long ago that she explained that to us, though. Maybe it just doesn't feel like that long to me.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it.
Dynamis.
And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Entelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use.
Oh, shit.
'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Neteon?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities.
That's why? What's why? I mean, I get that the reason they flashed back to it was that's the topic we're discussing, but again, it wasn't that long ago since we talked to Nidana about it. I don't know why I don't know why the flashback occurred, because it wasn't that long ago that Nidana explained to us Akasha, or in this case, Theris. I'll have to hear it again. But in the end, you know, we already learned about it, and it wasn't that long ago, so that doesn't explain why to me. Like, I remember it like it was as long ago as it was. It wasn't that long ago. So, like, to me, I didn't need the flashback. Like, I remember Nidana's explanation of Akasha quite well. But at the same time, I'm not saying it's a problem that they had a flashback to it. It's just I just didn't need it. Yeah, not a negative. It's just, and to me, it's still fresh in my memory, is all.
'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions.
Hey, to Jungle. Welcome to the stream. Did you have bad memories? I mean, I have a bad memory. I have a very terrible memory. This stream alone has been a great example of how I can't remember anyone's names worth a damn. But even with that in mind, I still remember the Akasha explanation. It was the equivalent of like a chapter ago or 2 chapters ago in my mind. So.
Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an Enteleki. Like me. So, are we the same? Entelekis?
I don't think so. I mean, in this situation, I guess we're close enough in the circumstance, but generally... Excuse me. I don't see why I couldn't be one. Well, I have been known to transcend my limits with nothing but determination. I mean, with that said, maybe we are an Enteleki, actually. If I'm thin, it's because Emmett Selk didn't do a proper job. Okay, I could throw a barb at Emmett Selk. I could point out the fitting that yes, quite a few times we've solved things through. Curse me? I'm cursed? So I couldn't. Well, I have. Second one. I won't throw Emmett Selkabarb at the moment.
That sounds more akin to the desperate flailings of a wild beast when facing imminent death.
A deficit of ether alone does not an Enteleki make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it.
The fuck? What the fuck? That was weird. A YouTube video just started up on my app. Like, I didn't touch the phone too. It was just sitting there, and randomly it started playing. What the fuck? Oh, my sneeze cursed me. Oh, okay. Love you too, Jenny.
Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Quest complete. But like, guys, keep me appraised of when's a good stopping moment, because I don't know what my family's doing for dinner. So, keep me appraised of good stopping moments. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it, even if we knew. But it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the Celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he could be persuaded to join, that is, I still can't understand his hesitation. Why did you join the convocation? Yeah. Oh, you wish to know why Emmett Selk was chosen for the convocation? I should be glad to share the tale. It began when... Not another word. Lest you have forgotten, we're to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. Are you kidding me? I want to know more. My apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Empelos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released unto the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charybdis. That is what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main aisle and head north.
I understand there's a problem with one of the Charybdis. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water. Its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished, and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concepts be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths? You don't know? But of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form, and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme. As uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless, shameful. Aren't you a stickler? Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that, when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emetselk, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight? Meanwhile, I have the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? Oh, no mischief, I assure you. I wouldn't but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind. Emetselk is out of sight? Good. Let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emetselk trained with the Charybdis. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see ether currents. And with this adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you describe, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. But that's settled, let's begin at once. Shroud, I want you to go to Emetselk. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go, now, and good luck! Okay, we'll chat mode and say... I have a favor to ask, okay.
I'll pre-type it in. I pre-typed it in, so that should be easy. Am I tired? No, no. I don't know when dinner is gonna be, so rather than dropping out in the middle of an important bit, I thought it would be more apt to pop out in a more appropriate spot. So that's why I asked you guys if you can keep an eye out just relatively and keep me apprised of moments that are good stopping points for today. Because again, I just don't know when dinner's gonna be. I would say I have easily another couple hours, but my family haven't been consistent with it lately. Like, we've had dinner earlier and earlier this last week. So, I'm just trying to make sure that we stop at good points where there's good points to stop. I'm gonna go see if I can track down at least part of my family and see if anyone knows what we're doing. Most of the time, we just make dinner at some random point and nobody talks to each other, so we're great at the communication thing. Be right. And of course, nobody knows nothing. Method number 2. Just simply ask the family chat, what is for dinner? Still don't know when, but at least I can figure out what. Well, are your preparations for the scheme that is clearly not a scheme complete? Alright. Alright. So with him selected... Oh, no you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. Ugh, I don't know what Hitlerdeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. If Hitlerdeus is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever weary Emmett Selk. The chat mode didn't say he was recording. Please, Emmett Selk. Please. Emmett Gotta make sure my spelling is exact, or it won't work. Please, Emmett Silk. Please, my friend.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Feel outnumbered.
Please, Emmett Selk. Please.
Come on, you gonna say no to that face?
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
Knew he'd surrender.
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
I'll get my popcorn. I was just so done with everything. Oh, so much.
You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation.
I was curious.
Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where
I
he
wonder
walks,
who that could
excitement
be.
is certain to follow. His antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end, but much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine. And together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you.
I just have one of those faces.
I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Your pet.
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
It was the expansion of Pretty Boys. I mean, yeah, that's. I can't help but. Hold on. I can't help but agree with that sentiment. I mean, not only did we get a whole other. I almost said race, but we had a whole other gender of a current existing race that of Pretty Boys, that being the Bunny Boys, and then yeah, Hythlodaeus. Well, mainly just Hythlodaeus out of this group, but there's been a grouping of them. Makes me look in the mirror and go, damn, I look ugly. It's like, yeek. Alright. Wave at Emmett Silk. Over here! Emerging from his reverie, Emmett Silk notices you and begins to descend with Charybdis. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. And Shroud, I could relax to have a pleasant chat. Oh, and Shroud and I could... Alright, yeah. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies! Indeed, with this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggle in like fashion if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. If that is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, wouldn't it be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way, we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. Hermes? I'm fine, don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let us return to Anagnorosis.
Ignorasis for now.
Yeah, it'd be faster. It'll just be faster to drive.
What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done within an impediment to our business.
Yeah. Ooh.
Not a bad looking piece of gear right there.
Yes, yes, before anyone loses their shit. Oh, whoops. Not what I meant to do.
Tell me, Shroud, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Nothing so far, but I'm hopeful that will change. Dynamis seem promising. Dynamis seemed like the most promising aspect. And we already know that emotion is a massive factor in what causes the fuck. What are they called again? Those abominations to appear in the world. It's always been about pretty boys, like literally always. I mean, all the ones I've played, pretty much. I mean, 7 and this. And I've played through a chunk of 1 so far, so you can't really tell through pixels who's supposed to be pretty. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Something the matter? The Cowan. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby Occupites, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry, or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the Occupites were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Cowan that is to blame, their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I have no doubt that the Bureau will accept its conception for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doris will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however.
Blasphemy sucker.
Hermes, wait!
If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow.
Chase after that man! Woo!
Okay. Alright.
Tell her here! So far, this Fan Daniel and the one we know are 190% different. Yeah. No, don't get me wrong. I prefer it that way. And I knew there would be differences, but damn, I'm not seeing how one became the other, or... I get that, I do get that the one we met before was more the Alagon Fan Daniel than he was Hermes Fan Daniel, but still... Like, I see, like, nothing about them that's alike so far.
The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. I don't know how to say that. Lycan. It was indeed responsible. Can we keep this one? I would like to. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doris must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Emmett Selk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Cohen did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when they have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow with Shroud.
Come. It's down this path and over the bridge.
Tell her! One of the masked people? That'd be so weird. Dang, Asmo was quicker on that one than I was. On what? Oh, the bot. Generally, if I see Russian characters in the name, I immediately got I immediately moved my mouse over to ban them, and then I make sure to read the comment. So. Hello, Matan.
There it is.
The 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Matan is now accompanying you. Okay.
She's now accompanying me. Follow closely, child.
Once I get back and record today's results, I should finally be able to put that report to bed.
Not Doros. His hair is long.
but the color is wrong. Could have figured. Alright, so long blonde hair. Long blonde hair. Hey, long blonde hair. Doros, that's Doros. Well now, if it isn't Mateo, what brings you here? Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the cones, I believe? Where are they now? Out in the field, in restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Kitsis. Or Kittisis. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with. As you were. We've heard the news, but the Lacone slaughtered occupites. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? I am. The abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. The cones will threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories, that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions, without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive, and potentially dangerous. Depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions, Pashtarot may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief. Let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed detrimental to existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat into the world. Yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lacones have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from here. By the way, welcome NJ Gamer. I don't know if I welcomed you. I apologize if I haven't, but welcome. How you doing? Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion? That Emmett Selk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray, show them to the meeting room. To man, other beings are just things, to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Matan, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes, it's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Shroud. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Matan in your care again?
Of course. But of course. I am Babysitter McGee.
I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. A sentimental gift.
How's everybody doing so far on the stream and your on the viewers' end? How's everything going, guys? Safest babysitter. Murder anything that tries anything. Exactly. Try anything and you die. Cracks knuckles. Sharpened scythe. I gotta say, out of any weapon that's probably the most intimidating to see sharpened, you could say a sword is intimidating, an axe, a hatchet, hell, even a spear. But you can't tell me that a scythe isn't the most intimidating thing to see sharpened. Like, especially a scythe like this, like these oversized, like, war scythe looking things. It's just, you're just like walking past, like, an armory, and all you hear is shing, shing, and you look over, and there's a guy sharpening this massive fucking war scythe. I'd be like, okay, okay.
Can you help me with something, Shroud? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here at the 12 Wonders.
Alright. We're being accompanied again. Tree bloom. Hang on. Check.
Ooh, so big and bright. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said.
Alright, check that one.
Slender tree.
When the list of scythe owners becomes the list of people not to piss off.
A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers? No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander out we won't wander far.
Oh, da 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 da.
An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. Familiar plant. Oh yeah, that looks familiar, alright. I've had to kill those things en masse. Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing it in its undulations. Oh, a corneon, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Shroud, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. Yeah. You spice nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Ah! Over there, Shroud. Something big, huge. Don't mind us, big scary plant monster. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the more bowl-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. Or Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals. But the flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Shroud? Would he like it? I'm gonna say no, my dear. Traumatizing events like that, probably not a good sort of memory. I'd rather not go near that thing. Both are true. So not this one either. Finding a good flower, it's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Shroud, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. Yeah, no problem, kid. No problem at all. We'll work our way around. My family's... Oh, now my family... The moment I bring it up, my whole family's like, okay, so wait, what's for dinner then? And I've been asking, like, all afternoon. After I asked in the family chat, everybody's like, oh, yeah, what is for dinner? Communication. What a concept. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where its sky begins. Aw, there's nothing. The shiny thing over there, what could it be? A shiny object. I see flowers. Food. That is usually... The thing is, when my mom typically isn't sure what to make, she'll ask my dad what for dinner. And my dad, growing up, I always heard the same answer. Food. Mom would always roll her eyes, always make something, he would eat it, and pretty much they still do that to this day. Like, she'll still ask him, hey honey, what do you want for dinner? My dad will go, food.
And she always has the same expression, like it's the first time he said it, just... I'm like, Mom, he's been doing this for almost 20 years. This isn't new.
Ooh, Elpis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're entelecchies. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Truly? The flower was dark in your home? Then do you have it too? A dark emotion?
Ooh, these are some good responses. I've known the pain and sorrow of loss. I've felt great fury and frustration. I've been plagued by doubt and anxiety. I dare say I have a few. I mean, can I get an option? Can I get an option E? Like all of the above? Like, I got pain and sorrow, loss, I got fear and frustration, and I got doubt and anxiety. And I dare say I have a few more than even those. Hey, Symbiote and Madel, welcome to the stream. Welcome back to the stream, I should say. How are you doing? I've named the pain and sorrow of loss. I felt great fear and frustration. I've been plagued by doubt and anxiety. I dare say I have a few. I'm gonna go with... Pain, sorrow of loss.
I see. Hermes has known the same. The feeling that a part of you is gone. Again and again, but no one notices. Please, Shroud, won't you lend it to me? Your pain and sorrow? I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too.
It's kind of a weird thing, kind of a weird idea, isn't it? It's like, hey, bro, I'm also suffering. We're suffering, buddies. It's a weird concept, isn't it? But the sad thing is I get it. I get that, I get that exact feeling. And I also get why it would actually make someone feel better to know that they're not the only one suffering. Again, I can relate to that. But when you really lay it out, doesn't that sound fucked up? It is kind of fucked up when you lay it out. Like, oh god, I wish someone else was suffering like me. Like, eesh. How he is before becoming the bad guy in Shadowburst. Yeah, it's good to see that for the Amaratines / Asians as a whole. I mean, it's good to actually get that visual context of, you know, they actually had it going on. They weren't bad people. But tragedy often makes good people into bad ones. And that's kind of the sadness of tragedy.
Truly? You'll do it? Thank you, Shroud. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him.
It's way crazier. I mean, I assume so. Most of the thumbnails that keep showing up in my recommendeds of like Quasi and other people who finished it are like, oh my god, I was not prepared for this. Oh, like, end of Endwalker. I could never have been prepared for this, or end of Endwalker, or insert YouTuber name here, finishes Endwalker, and then some, you know, some big message. Like, generally speaking, there's, like, there is, I already know because of that, like, I wouldn't call that a spoiler. Like, I already figured that the expansion is either going to end or have these major epic moments, but from that, at least I know that there is this massive climax before the very, very end. So, I'm ready and excited for that. Well, I don't know, I can't say I'm ready. I'm excited to experience it. Can't say I'm ready for it. But I already, like, the thumbnails and stuff, like, thankfully they don't show anything in most of the thumbnails, but it is generally I get the implication that whatever, like, this ride is nowhere near at its climax. Yeah.
It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they finished.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on.
It's like, picks flower, turns black. Hey, bro, I'm suffering too.
You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you.
Yeah.
May we talk a moment?
Sure thing. Everyone's got such nice eyes. I'm suffering too. Hashtag relatable. It does sound like a tweet, doesn't it? Hedgehog! He ran away. No.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. But they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures.
You know, this is why FF writing is so unique compared to other writing in other video games or stories in general, is at first, like, they bring you in with presenting an idea and a perspective that other entertainment and other media has before. Like, they presented the Amaratine's view of death, that they don't even use the word death, because to them it's returning to the world, it's returning your ether to the world, and they have a very positive outlook. Other stories have had a similar other both fictional and real world cultures and beliefs sometimes have that same view. That's not a new or original concept of someone accepting death very readily and not really seeing it as a bad thing, and in fact seeing it as an outward positive. We see that in a lot of stories, and in a way you could say it's a cliche, but what makes FF's writing so unique is it takes that original idea and then still presents the opposite perspective by the same people, and showing that there's dissension amongst the ranks of that ideal. Right here with Hermes, he's pointing out the other end of the angle, the other perspective, and doing it not in a way that dismisses the Amaratine's view necessarily, but dismisses that its application to all. He's not saying that the viewpoint is wrong for the Amaratines, but it's wrong to only care about their own perspective of death and not acknowledge how other things view the same. Like, animals don't have the luxury of being philosophical about death. Death is the absolution of their end. You know, these creatures that they create and end on a whim, they say to soften the blow and to give delicacy to the death, that, oh, we're just simply returning their ether to the next one. They're imposing their view on death on the creature that they're denying life, that they're rejecting its existence, even though they created it. Like, it's a fascinating way to not only write any kind of story, but it's kind of like it's fascinating it's fascinating to see them present this issue and then also have the delicacy to break it down in a very philosophical way, that the other perspective of that ideal being wrong, or from what angle that same idea can be wrong. Because in concept, the Amaratine mentioning how they view death is all well and good, and in fact relatable. Like, you can almost say, like, yeah, there's plenty there that I agree with how they view death, but where Hermes here is acknowledging and even pointing out where that perspective is wrong is when it applies, when you're trying to apply your ideal of death, your perspective of this to other things. And it's just genuinely impressive, deep, and well thought out writing. Like, that I really gotta stress what makes FF's writing just blow everything else out of the water is other entertainment, other media will present the ideal that the Amaratines presented, and they might kind of question it, but in the end they'll simply present the ideal, present maybe another, and then move on. But they won't have any kind of major they won't take any time, they won't take any breath to really go too deep in the ideals. Or if they do, they usually tell you which side. Like, a lot of media nowadays will tell you what side of an argument you should be on. Like, there's a lot of propaganda in that sense. And I do call that propaganda when you tell people what the answer to a problem is. In that sense, especially when it's politically related, or when it's even something like this, philosophically related. When you present an issue like there's one solution and that's it, I always will call that propaganda. That's not thought-provoking, it's not presentation of an idea, nor do I call it creative. I just simply consider it arrogance on behalf of the writer. But we don't get that in FF, especially with Ishikawa's writing, especially when we look at Shadowbrains, we look at the Dark Knight Story Quest, we look at this. her writing, you can tell there's so much passion and time going into all of this that it's not just the flopping out of ideas and leaving them hanging and telling people what to think, or if you do just present the idea to be thought about, you just kind of present it and walk away. You do engage essentially the mind of the reader, or in this case of the gamer, to really kind of take some time and absorb the concepts, absorb the perspectives, absorb everything about this, and kind of walk away with a more elevated way of thinking about the themes, and I find it fascinating, and it's really what enhances the greater world building in this game. But it makes the writing as a whole actually feel like paying attention, every word matters. Like, you never feel like there's a wasted word in this. Yeah, moments need time to breathe. Yeah. Chef's kiss. Alright, see you later, Mega Strike. Yeah, that is actually a good example. So that's another example in FF's writing where they kind of go down that philosophical route between Sadu and Gosetsu. Neither are necessarily wrong in their worldview, and yes, inherently some of their worldview does, in how that works, does actually clash, but there is a way to kind of find a bridge between the two, even if they seem like they're on entirely opposite ends of the I guess of the philosophical spectrum. There are ways to see the connection between seemingly two deeply opposing perspectives. Like, there is a middle ground, a gray area between these two viewpoints, like Sadu and Gosetsu's viewpoint, with Sadu believing the body is nothing and that the soul is just going to be reincarnated in another body, and that person is more or less living eternally, in that sense of just a new life every time their body dies. The body is just a sack of flesh. Whereas Gosetsu sees it, that the soul goes to the kami, and that the body should be respected, as that vessel was part of who that other person was, and they're gone now, and their body is all we have left to remember them by, therefore we must respect it. Like, there's lots between those two ideas that you could say they're just so opposing, there's no way the two could find any kind of common ground, but both agree on subtle levels about there is a soul, and it goes somewhere, and from there you can build upon that gray area of where the two ideas can find common ground, and that both do agree that there should be respect, but one values the body once the soul is gone, the other completely demeans its value. These, again, that's why I like the writing here. It's not, there isn't a bad guy, really. There isn't the, if you have this perspective, you're bad, and if you have this perspective, you're good. It's, this is a perspective, so is this one. And neither are necessarily wrong, neither are necessarily right, either. Things are deeper than just the black and white of right and wrong. And as someone who lives in the West, we don't have this kind of storytelling anymore here in the West. Like, in particular, Hollywood and video games that are produced here in America, the stories are getting less and less deep and well thought and presented, even remotely similar to this. There's this seeming desire to just throw out ideas, seeming desire to just kind of throw out half-baked concepts and philosophies, or just rehash them, if anything, and then not really present anything in a delicate way. Like, there are evils, there are true goods and true bads. By comparison, a lot of like the Western storytelling has turned into this. Pretty much every story, even if it's presented in an adult manner with swearing, with explosions, with blood and guts, philosophically and ideal-wise, that everything that's presented in a lot of Western storytelling is kind of turned into this almost childlike depth. Childlike depth of maturity. Like, a lot of the stories are just kind of dismissive of any kind of deeper analysis of these ideas. And I don't even necessarily mean like death, but I mean like any concept, whether it's political, whether it's social, whether it's world problems, whether it's deeper philosophical humanisms versus nature versus nurture, things like that. Any kind of concept that does inherently have and require a level of maturity and intelligence to analyze it with any kind of level of depth and acknowledge that there are qualities and advantages to one perspective and another, and that neither are necessarily the right answer. Because the Western entertainment is kind of just I want to see de-evolving into this level of maturity of they bad, we good. If you don't agree with us, you bad. Like that's kind of what all Western storytelling is turning into right now, and I gotta say, like, it's on one hand it's depressing that I have to go to a different country. It's a completely different country. Countries provided entertainment to get any kind of in-depth philosophical presentations like this that aren't about the bad guy and the good guy. It's about there are perspectives and there's a spectrum of color with this stuff. It's not black and white, but it's a rainbow. Like, it's sad that I have to go to the Far East to find this shit, and if I can't seemingly find any of it in my own backyard. I don't know. I just wanted to mention that. I really love the writing, and B, I really wish the West would fucking pick up the pace and grow up. But it's Hollywood, and it's the AAA industry here in the West. It's not really about philosophy. I don't know. Maybe I got a little too deep there. I don't know. I still haven't seen Arcane. All my friends keep telling me to watch it. I will eventually watch it. I just haven't had time. I cannot stress this enough. I seldom have free time to watch anything, and when I do watch stuff, I want to watch stuff I know is going to be good. And at this point, I know Arcane is going to be good. It's just finding the time. But, you know, generally when I watch stuff, I don't watch anything made in the last 10 years here in the West. I either watch old movies from the 80s, old action films, or I watch older TV shows from the 90s and early 2000s. But I don't watch anything in the last 10, 15 years, give or take. That's made here in the West anyway. Again, manga, anime being the exception. Because again, I gotta go to the Far East to get good entertainment. That isn't preaching shit at me and telling me what to think. Not encouraging me to think about issues, but telling me what to think about those issues. Hey, Billy Mount. Gabriel Sinclair, welcome to the stream. How you doing? You're waiting for me to reach Elpis. About time, though. I'm in Elpis. In fact, I'm in the middle of Elpis. I'm on my rant. I've heard about Santa Inc., and I think it's hot garbage. I'll leave it at that. Alright. I'll get off my soapbox now.
Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Nor to miss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I'm filled with dread.
But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elpis, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Again, when you say it, it sounds so fucked up, but I get it. That's the sad thing. I think most people do. It sounds fucked up when you just lay it out like that, but we get it. Glad I could be of service. Let's have no more brooding, eh? Oh, I could tell you all about suffering. It's like, oh, I could tell you all about it. Glad I could be of service. That one sounds kind of arrogant. I kind of want to do number 2. Let's not keep brooding, eh? Come on, let's go. But, yeah, I'll go with that one.
Indeed. Difficult though it may be, I must endeavor to be strong like you. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters. Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteon. Let us head back.
All right!
Interesting. I wonder why she hesitated. They might wonder why both of us were tired. 2 is dismissive. 3 was thinking it about you. 1, to me, it was only the choice. And to me, is the only choice. Well, I don't see 2 as dismissive. Not necessarily. 2 is, and this could just be a guy thing. Like, not that I'm trying to gender everything, but I do, like, see that typically the difference between, like, men and women and how we handle things. At least this is how I handle with my friends. Like, my entire basis for saying this is just out of my male friend group. Typically, we don't like to brood. And oftentimes, if we do, even if we're with a friend, even if we are with a friend talking about bad times, sometimes that, yeah, well, you do need to get it out, but once you get to that point where you're almost repeating yourself, it stops being a good thing, you know, it stops being a help to your mental state. Now you're just going into these mental circles. So I don't see it as dismissive, I see it as, you know, if you continue to brood on the dark stuff, you're just going to get into the circle, even with me here. So, yeah, I'd say I don't consider 2 dismissive at all. Because it's not saying, hey, we got to stop talking about it forever. It's, hey, we need to take a break talking about the dark stuff. We'll come back to it when we both are, you know, calm down a little bit. It's doing the emotional stuff in volleys. And that's how me and my male friend group kind of do it, generally speaking. Like, we say stuff like that all the time. Like, we'll be hanging out, we'll be talking, one of us will share with the whole group, like, the stuff they're going through. We'll listen, we'll give advice if we can. If we can't, we just offer words of encouragement. But again, once you get to that point where you're about to go back into a loop where they're just more or less repeating the bad shit going on, you need to cut that off. Like, guys will brood. I know girls brood too, but I'm just saying, like, the guys I know in particular, they'll brood. Even if there's a whole group there offering advice, and they're just talking back and forth and offering a sentiment of help, eventually, even if you are, you know, venting can turn to, when you start sucking back up the depression by repeating yourself, again, it's time to pull out a line like that, like, hey, alright man, let's stop brooding, you know, let's talk about the good stuff, let's talk about some good stuff, you know, try and get their mind off of it and come back to it, you know. So I don't see it as dismissive at all, but that's based on my experience and my perspective. But I generally, you know, again, I have mostly male friends. I have a couple of female friends, but we don't hang out like that, so I can't speak to if it is a gendered thing or not. Just from my own, I don't know what you'd call it, my sample study, I guess. You know, just me and my male group, we do need to pull out that line once in a while. Yeah, I'd say your assessment isn't wrong either. It's just, from my experience, you do need to prevent someone from going back in the loop. Because the venting part is getting it out once. And then getting the advice, getting the pats on the back, and being like, hey, bud. But the moment they're going, oh, man, I can't believe she did that to me, though. I can't believe she... You know, something like that. That's them sucking back in what they just vented. They're sucking it back in. That's when you need to slap them across the back and go, alright. Let's stop brooding. Let's go do something. Let's go drink. Let's go hang. Well, don't go drink. Especially if they're in, like, really depression, don't drink. Just everybody grab some water. Alright, everybody, let's grab some... we're gonna go grab some refined I don't know, what's a good water brand? Polar Spring, you know, let's go grab some hardcore Polar Spring. We're gonna go bowl. We're gonna go play pool. We're gonna go throw, like, horseshoe rings. Let's go do something to get your mind off the stuff. You need that gap away. So, I guess the short way to put it and leave it off there is, it's good to vent. It's not good to brood. That's, like, the best way I can put it. Is good to let it out, but don't fixate on it. Or it's just gonna be a self-fulfilling prophecy of depression. Oh my god, these bots today, man. when they stop talking, you need to worry. Yeah. If someone goes dead silent, that's another problem. I'd say that's another one. I wouldn't say that's like, oh, that's the scenario you should worry. No, I'd say like you should also worry if they're just, again, doing those mental circle, like they're doing that thing where they just keep circling back to the issue. I think that's just as much something you need to address as also them going silent. If they go silent, don't leave them alone. Especially if they just vented to you. Like if someone vents and then they shut up, bad sign. Bad fucking sign. Speaking from experience, it's a bad fucking sign. And I don't want to end the stream off on a depressing story, so I'm not going to share how I know just how bad silence is in that regard. But yeah, you're right. Silence is also a problem. I'd say they're just on opposite ends of the spectrum. Not in terms of severity, but opposite ends of what to take notice of. There are also nice things to drink that are not alcoholic. Yeah, but I was talking more from the aspect of like the party drink, right? There's not a lot of party drinks other than alcohol, at least that I drink. Like if I go to a party, I'm drinking spiked punch, spiked eggnog, or just drinking straight out of the bottle. Half the time. I'm not a good example. Don't what's the term? Don't do what I do. I got problems. Yeah, I'd say most people. I hope not most people. I'd say a good chunk of people out there have a similar story or know exactly where that's coming from. Which is very depressing in and of itself, but again, I don't want to dwell on it. In the end, be there for your friends. Be there for each other. Sometimes, unfortunately, but in another way, fortunately, suffering can help suffer. Hopefully, it can pull both of you out of the pitch of the black. All right, we're gonna grab this quest and then we're gonna call it here, just because I think this is an appropriate spot. I have no idea. I don't know if like. No, I think this is an appropriate spot. Is the best way to put it. An all too brief interlude, perhaps but it is time to attend my next task. As Selk and Hythlodaeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the cones. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Daros has followed the correct protocols, and, as Chief Overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lacones would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they consume, starve, and perish. Until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hythlodaeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lacones have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If all resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course, let us be off then. Return to the main aisle. It's not a terrible spot. Well, at least it's not a terrible spot. So, before we end off today, how's everybody holding up? How's everybody doing? We went into like 4 different deep philosophical topics today. Well, one of them wasn't deep philosophical. It was more just like the theories of time travel and how they affect storytelling. We talked about that. There was one thing before that, towards the beginning of the stream we got into. Can't remember that one now. It was over 5 hours ago. We got this last one, which was about depression and dealing with friends' depression and trying to help them out with it, and how sorrow can not necessarily always beget sorrow, but can sometimes alleviate it. In a weird sense, two negatives can make a positive, which is a weird thing to think about. And there was one other one. Oh yeah, the philosophies of the philosophy, or more aptly, the presentation of philosophy by, you know, like, in this case, Eastern writers and entertainers, and versus like the West. Yeah, we covered some interesting topics. On top of enjoyed one hell of an amazing story that is still, I still have no idea where it's going. Well, I have an idea. I have like several ideas, but none of them feel like they're, I feel confident about none of them. To mention them, so I don't know. I'm excited and nervous on where we're gonna go from here. There was also a cat. Yep, that's true. Ted Bundy jumped on my shoulder while I was out checking in about the dinner, and then he would not let go. He's like, my claws are in your flesh, human. You will pet me, but I will push them further into your flesh. It's gonna be good to watch. The VOD? So, anyway, thanks so much, guys, for, when is the next stream? Well, the next stream, well, I'm debating on if I will tomorrow, so if I don't tomorrow, don't be surprised. I'm trying to get the machinima I'm working on done. But the next stream is, well, the next FF stream is probably going, if not tomorrow, probably Friday. If I do stream tomorrow, I don't know if it'll be FF. It probably will be. That's like the main game I'm trying to get through right now. But it'll all depend on my workload tomorrow and what time I get up. Like, I'm gonna be up late tonight working on that. So, I got that. And then tomorrow... oh my god. Tomorrow I'm gonna try and finish it and see if I can at least schedule it for an upload. And if I don't get it done tomorrow, I need to get as much of it done tomorrow as I can. So, Friday is more or less the day I can promise. Tomorrow is just, you know, I'm trying to get the video I'm working on done. It's not the FF. It's not the next episode in the Welcome to Eorzea series, but it is another machinima for SWTOR. So I'm gonna which are in some ways quicker to make. Right now I can't even make the next FF machinima if I wanted to right now, because I can't log into that server that I have Seamus on, because the congestion on that server is fucking ridiculous. Every time I've tried to log in just to test it, even on non-optimal times, there's like a queue of over 2,000 people for it. So I probably put him on a bad server to put him on. So it'll be a while before I can even get the footage I need for that machinima. But in the meantime, I'm working on the SWTOR machinima, which again I hope to have done sometime tomorrow. Anyway. I will catch you guys tomorrow or Friday, and until then, love you guys, and take care, and have an amazing night. And if you haven't, like the stream and subscribe. Bye-bye!